Testing 1 2. Testing 1 2. Could all the judges come up onto the left-hand side of the stage, please? Could all the judges come up onto the left-hand side of the stage, please? There's a couple of competitors that haven't checked in for the Open. Could you do so immediately, please? Jonathan McKelvey would be one of those. So if you haven't checked in, can you do so immediately, please? And if we can have all the judges up onto the left-hand side of the shearing stand. All judges up onto the left-hand side of the shearing stand, please. Good to see you. So Jonathan McKelvey, if you haven't checked in, please do so immediately, please. And Grant Honeycomb, you need both of you to check in immediately, please. The draw is being made. And for the wool handling, we need Joanne Devaney and Jess, both of you, if you haven't checked in, if you can do so as well, please.
Right, good morning, ladies and gentlemen. We will be starting very shortly with the Open. Then we have the wool handling, novice wool handling, and we have the Six Nations test as well today. So another big day of competition. So if you haven't booked in yet, can you come and book in, please, with Jane on the desk, or if you know somebody that is definitely on the way, if you could come and book in. And then we will be underway very, very shortly. Our judges have had a briefing. Either that or they've been talking about the boxing last night. So we will be underway. The draw has just been handed to me. So Heat 1 of the Open. The Heat 1 draw in no order will be Seamus Kelly, Gareth Daniel, Callum Shaw, Ian Jones, Dennis O'Sullivan, Ryan Adams. Heat 2, Jack Robinson, Loic Lagoni, Aaron McGee, Graham Davidson, Ian Montgomery, Stuart Connor. Heat 3, Gilles Granger, Stanley Allingham, Russell Smith, Hamish Mitchell, Jake Hamilton, and Tom Perry. Heat number 4, Ivan Scott, Archie Patterson, Adam Berry, Robert Davidson, Pierre Granger, Mark McGee. And heat number 5 will be James McCauley, Matt Smith, Johnny Patterson, Grant Hercombe, and Jonathan McKelvey. So if I haven't called your name out, go and see Jane immediately. But that is the draw, so if Heat 1 can be ready to go, our judges will be on to the boards very, very shortly. They've had their briefing. And then we will be underway. Nice to see Andy Rankin back. He had to fly back to Scotland yesterday to watch his daughter fight. She won that fight, so he's got a big smile on his face this morning. So very, very shortly we will be starting. The judges for the Open will be Klaus Skiffer on 6, Colin Crowe on 5, Finn Butler on 4, Brian McGahey on 3, Brian Wilson on 2, Tom Dunn on stand number 1, Peter Webber is the spare. Davey O'Neill is the referee on the board. Judging out the back will be Andy Rankin, John Ivor Davis, and the referee will be Richard Schofield. Okay, I've been told by John Murphy to rev it up, so we'll get started then. If we could ask our judges to come up onto the boards, please. Judges, up to the boards. Klaus on 6, Colin on 5, Finn on 4, Brian McGahey on 3, Brian Wilson on 2, Tom Dunn to stand number 1. The board referee, again, is Davey O'Neill. So could we have our judges to the boards, please? Judges to the boards. Finn, you're on 4. Tom Dunn, here he comes. So Tom Dunn on 1, Brian Wilson 2, Brian McGahey 3, Finn Butler 4, Colin Crowe 5, Klaus Kiffer 6, spare judge Peter Webber. Okay then, so the draw has gone up onto the boards. If we can have the shearers to the boards. Dennis O'Sullivan 6, Callum Shaw 5, Seamus Kelly 4, Gareth Daniel 3, Ian Jones 2, Ryan Adams to stand number 1.
Testing, 1, 2. Finn Butler.
6. 5 sheep each to share in the pen, according to Brian McGahey, so they could be 7. So Ryan Adams is on 1. Ian Jones will go to 2. Gareth Daniel on 3. Seamus Kelly on 4. Callum Shaw on 5. Dennis O'Sullivan to stand number 6. So a cracking lineup from the first heat then. Ian Jones to stand number 2. I know he's around. Ian Jones, where's Ian Jones, Willie? No rush, Jonesy, but hurry up. So a cracking lineup for the first heat of this, the Open Championship. Ryan Adams there, the young fella on stand number 1. Ian Jones, Welsh team member there on stand number 2 for the Six Nations, alongside Gareth Daniel, the other Welsh team member. They are currently the 2 stand 9-hour British Lamb record holders. 1,457. That record will be attempted later in the year by Nick Greaves and Clear Jones. Seamus Kelly there on stand number 4. He gained a berth in the Northern Ireland team for the World Championships for the Blades yesterday in that blade shearing competition. Then we got Callum Shaw there on stand number 5, a world champion team member, alongside Gavin Much. They won that title in France in 2019. And then Dennis O'Sullivan, he represented the Republic of Ireland at the World Championship. So a cracking lineup up there, George.
Yeah, we certainly have a massive lineup here today, even in this heat alone, heat number 1, so that just tells you what the competition is going to be like. So we have just not sheep shearers, but super athletes here competing in the Olympics of sheep shearing. This is going to be a real spectacle right throughout the day.
Okay then, we've got a thumbs up from our referee, shearers. We will make a start. Shearers on your doors. Timekeepers ready. Judges ready. Shearers go. So the first heat of the Open underway then. These beautiful, strong Suffolk Cross hogs, they take a bit of shearing, I tell you. A lot of work, a lot of power in those sheep. So who's going to be the first to show a little bit of speed now then? Ian Jones, the man from 100 House, goes through and up the neck. Up the neck goes Gareth Daniel. Up the neck is Callum Shaw, Dennis O'Sullivan, Seamus Kelly, Ryan Adams. So already then, rocking and rolling down into those long blows is Ian Jones and Gareth Daniel, the two British record holders, blow for blow as they come to the last side. Ian Jones just a blow out in front. Underneath the front leg comes Jonesy. Underneath the front leg comes Gareth Daniel. Callum Shaw has turned. Dennis O'Sullivan has turned. Seamus Kelly's turned. But already then, Ian Jones, the man from 100 House, round the top of the tail. Into the pen he goes for sheep number 2, George.
Yes, number 2 on the board, but right on his tail there is his teammate Gareth Daniel on stand number 3. He's out there as well. We have Dennis O'Sullivan on 6. He's out with his second sheep. Callum Shaw, the Scotsman, comes out with number 2 on the board. And Seamus Kelly putting in the finishing touches. Coming down the last side is Ryan Adams, but it's already Ian Jones into that first hind leg. A couple of big sweeping blows up the underline, and he'll be up the neck there on stand.
We need sheep turners in the pens, please. Sheep turners into the pens. If you're not shearing, go and turn some sheep.
Out comes Ryan Adams now. He comes out with his second sheep, but it's already Ian Jones up and down to the first shoulder. Up the neck goes Callum Shaw, but it's Dennis O'Sullivan this time has picked up the lead on stand number 6. He's really flying over there to Kerryman. He's about to get the turn and head down the last side. Down to the shoulder he comes. Dennis O'Sullivan on stand number 6, being followed all the way by Ian Jones, Gareth Daniel, Seamus Kelly, and Callum Shaw. So 12 competitors will go through to the semi-final here. They're shearing for a place in the semi-final. And it's Dennis O'Sullivan this time. He's out with sheep number 3 on the board, and closely followed by Ian Jones. Down the last side comes Gareth Daniel. Popping up ahead there and out the back leg, it's Callum Shaw. Turning for home, Seamus Kelly. Gareth Daniel now down to the flank and out the back leg. Ryan Adams down in the long blows. But it's Dennis O'Sullivan really pumping in those blows. He wants to get into this top 12 to make that semi-final. Callum Shaw is out. The belly wool comes off. Seamus Kelly out the back leg. And Gareth Daniel out the back leg there. So it's Seamus Kelly drops number 2, as does Gareth Daniel. And now we have Ryan Adams down and out the back like he goes. But it's already Dennis O'Sullivan right down in the long blows on his third sheep, stepping over there. Really sticking to the task well there this morning. Gets the turn, heads her home and down the last side on stand number 6 for Dennis O'Sullivan.
Yeah, so Dennis O'Sullivan is coming down the last side. We will be taking 15 shearers into the semi-final. Dennis O'Sullivan out the hind leg. Ian Jones down to the hind leg. Jonesy chasing Dennis O'Sullivan hard. Dennis O'Sullivan now goes in for sheep number 4. Ian Jones 2 blows behind him. Jonesy will go in for sheep number 4. Here's Callum Shaw, the little fella from up there in Scotland. He's a world champion there on stand number 5. Around that hind leg comes Callum Shaw, round underneath the back leg, just a little bit of a tickle round the tail, and Callum Shaw goes into that pen for sheep number 4. Gareth Daniel, a master shearer there on stand number 3. He's around that hind leg. Seamus Kelly right there with him. Gareth Daniel lined that sheep up, fired her into the portal. In and out for sheep number 4 for Gareth Daniel. But it's still Ian Jones and Dennis O'Sullivan still having a ding-dong now then. They get to the turn. Dennis O'Sullivan round that back, that shoulder. But he had a bit of a kick and a wriggle. That's allowed Ian Jones to catch right back to him. Out the hind leg goes Dennis O'Sullivan. Out the hind leg goes Ian Jones. Round underneath the tail. Dennis O'Sullivan goes in for his 5th and final sheep. Ian Jones will go in for his 5th and final sheep. Gareth Daniel and Callum Shaw locked blow for blow on the long blows. I think Gareth Daniel, the Mcconnell man there on stand number 3, has got to the turn. He's coming down the last side, round the shoulder. Underneath that back leg comes Gareth Daniel. He's really flying now. Gareth Daniel's gone for it.
There's no shearers out the back tipping sheep. There's only judges having to tip them up. So we need help out there immediately, please. If you're in the next heat or the last heat, or if you're not a shearer at all, out the back and help tip up those sheep, please.
Yeah, so already now then Ian Jones and Dennis O'Sullivan on the long blows. Ian Jones steps that leg over. Dennis O'Sullivan steps over. Gareth Daniels up the neck, and he's got a peeler this time. Ian Jones coming down the last side. Dennis O'Sullivan is coming down the last side. Ian Jones out the hind leg. Dennis O'Sullivan out the hind leg. One big sweeping blow, a little bit of a flick. Who's it going to be? It's going to be Ian Jonesy. Hit your button, Jonesy. Hit the button, Jonesy. On stand number 2, out goes Dennis O'Sullivan. On stand number 6, Gareth Daniel comes down the last side on his 5th and final sheep. The master shearer there on stand number 3. Out the hind leg goes Gareth Daniel. Callum Shaw, the world champion, he's coming down the last side. But out goes Gareth Daniel there on stand number 3. Callum Shaw, he's coming down this last side. Round that hind leg comes Callum Shaw. Ryan Adams goes up the neck in a blow, but it's going to be Callum Shaw. The Scotland team member there goes out on stand number 5. Seamus Kelly goes up the undermine. He's got to readjust his style from the blades back to the machines. Up the neck and into the front shoulder goes Seamus Kelly. Ryan Adams just there in front of him. Long blow time for Ryan. Into that front shoulder for Seamus Kelly. Ryan Adams had a little bit of a kick and a wriggle. He's just settled it down. Seamus Kelly dropping down into that front shoulder. So a cracking first heat there, George.
Yes, a real good first heat. So it just tells you what's going to come for the rest of the day here. But Seamus Kelly now has stepped over for the long blow. He's about to get the turn and head down for home, down the last side of his 5th and final sheep. He'll push the button and his time will be taken. Seamus Kelly it is, the Ballymena man. Of course, he made that blade team here yesterday to represent his country in Scotland next year at the Golden Shears World Championships. Down to the flank he goes now. Out the back leg, another 3 or 4 blows. He'll push the button and his time will be taken. Seamus Kelly, out the back leg now. He's 5th and final sheep on the board. Just 1, 2, another blow and he's finished. He pushes the button. Well done. Put your hands together for first heat of the open. Well done. And off to the right-hand side, competitors, please. And you're out the back, tipping up the sheep. You must go out the back to tip up the sheep. Oh, the same for all competitors right throughout the day. If you can't be there yourself, you must have somebody else out there in your place.
Yeah, so the first heat will be tipping up for the second heats. Turning those sheep out the back. Yeah, the name is wrong there on stand number 3. It's Loic Lagoni there on stand number 3, the French team member. Loic Joberti is the blade shearer, Loic Lagoni the machine shearer. So another cracking lineup now, ladies and gentlemen. We have Stuart Connor, the world record holder, short 872 lambs there on stand number 1. Graham Davidson, a real up-and-coming prospect from Northern Ireland on 2. Loic Lagoni there, the Frenchman, on stand number 3. He's got a big future in this shearing game on stand number 3. Then we got Jack Robinson, the Royal Ulster champion, on stand number 4. Won that first team berth to go over to the World Championships on stand 4. Aaron McGee, a young fella, stepping up to the Open on stand number 5. And then Ian Montgomery, the evergreen Monty, on stand number 6. Has been represented Northern Ireland several times Okay, we got a thumbs up from the referee, boys. We will make a start. Shearers on your doors. Timekeepers ready. Judges ready. Shearers go. So we're away now then. Heat number 2 of this open qualification round. 15 shearers will go into the semi-final. Then we'll go from 15 down to 6. Into that back leg, they go all the way along the line now then. Stuart Connor, the world record holder, on stand number 1. Graham Davidson, 2. Loic Lagoni on stand number 3. Jack Robinson on stand number 4. Aaron McGee on stand 5. And Ian Montgomery, Monty there, on stand number 6. But already the pace is coming on stand number 6 as Ian Montgomery steps over on the long blow. Over goes Loic. Over is Jack Robinson. Over is Stuart Connor. Ian Montgomery huffing and puffing up there on stand number 6. Coming down the last side. Stuart Connor sticking to his work. He's hit the old turbo down that last side. Monty's got a kicker. And it's going to be Stuart Connor then, the world record holder, as he goes in and out for sheep number 2. As quick as that, in and out. Ian Montgomery puts the finishing touches. That kicking sheep cost him a few seconds. That's allowed Loic Lagoni to come, Jack Robinson to come, Aaron McGee to come. Graham Davidson puts the finishing touches. But already then, the man from up there in Northamptonshire, Stuart Connor, up the undermine and up the neck he goes. He's being chased hard again by Ian Montgomery, Loic Lagoni, and Jack Robinson. Oh, Captain Jack is coming after him as well. But already then, Stuart Connor hitting the pace, dropping to the long blows, swinging those longest blow on the sheep from the top of the hip bone to right up behind that sheep's ears. Stuart Connor now then, round that turn. Underneath that front leg comes Stuart Connor. Down the last side. Showing the rest of the field a clean pair of heels. Back in show mode after record mode. And look at this. 2 blows and in goes Stuart Connor if he can line it to that portal. He says, get your head in there, your ass will follow, George.
Yes, and away he goes, but it's all happening there on stand number 1. Jack Robinson heads down to the shoulder, down to the last side. Aaron McGee as well, Ian Montgomery. It's blow for blow there. Graham Davison, Loic Lagoni there on stand number 3, the Frenchman. Down to the flank and out the back leg he goes. Who's going to drop next? Very little between them. It looks like Jack Robinson. It is on stand number 4. Out comes Jack now with sheep number 3 on the board. Keep those pen numbers right. But it's Stuart Connor into the first hind leg there. A couple of sweeping blows up the undermine. He steps through and up the neck. Out comes Loic Lagoni there, the Frenchman. He's out on stand number 3. Aaron McGee, the Donegal man, is out there. Ian, he gets that sheep away, and he's out on stand number 6. So it's Stuart Connor. He's up the neck there now on stand number 1 on his 3rd sheep with 2 more left in the pen. Shearing for a place in the semi-final. Dropping down to that first shoulder. Down into the long blow he goes. Graham Davison. A couple of big sweeping blows up the undermine. Loic Lagoni there, the Frenchman. He steps through. Jack Robinson is up and around the back of the head. Aaron McGee is there as well. Shearing on stand number 5. And Ian on stand number 6. Away to go. But it's already Stuart. Down to the shoulder. And down the last side he comes. Right down to the flank he goes. Down and out the back leg goes Stuart Connor. Just 1, 2, 3 more, and he'll be dropping that sheep and be in for sheep number 4. It's all happening there on stand number 1. Well, a quick change of steel for Stuart Connor. Graham Davison, he gets the turn. Loic turns as well. Jack Robinson. But it's Aaron McGee has pulled it back now. He's closest to Stuart Connor at the moment. The Donegal man just gone up in the open. Down the porthole she goes. And he's in and out with sheep number 4 for Aaron McGee, the Donegal boy there on stand number 5. Jack Robinson is out the back leg. Graham Davison right back with him now. He's number 4 on the board. Loic out the back leg he goes. Jack Robinson, he comes out with sheep number 4 on the board. And Ian is right there. Very, very close. Another really good heat here of the open. But it's already Stuart Connor up the neck on sheep number 4.
Yeah, so 1 left in the pen all the way along the line. There is an issue with the time, so don't worry about that. We've got it all covered. Up the neck and into that front shoulder goes Graham Davidson, but already skelting those long blows in is Stuart Connor On stand number 1, the Northamptonshire man, the world record holder. 872 lambs he shore in a day, but he's been caught right back up now because here comes Jack Robinson. Here comes Aaron McGee. Here comes Graham Davidson. Stuart Connor turns. Jack Robinson right up his tail. Young Aaron McGee, he's right up his tail. Underneath the front leg, they go together on 1, 4, and 5. Down the last side and out the hind leg they go. Stuart Connor, still huffing and puffing. Got that handpiece flying. Round the back of the leg he goes, and into the pen goes Stuart Connor for sheep number 5. In goes little Jack Robinson for sheep 5. In goes Louis Lagoni. In goes Aaron McGee. In goes Graham Davidson. Ian Montgomery puts the finishing touches. Monty will go in for 5. So it's as close as that along the board. You could chuck a blanket over them all. Up the undermine goes Stuart Connor. Up the undermine is Jack Robinson. He's right up his tail. He's saying, come on, son, let's go. Up the neck and into that front shoulder. Jack Robinson has kept a little honey till last. Stuart Connor has kept a peeler. This is going to be a battle now because Louis Lagoni's there. Ian Montgomery has chucked a very, very quick couple of blows in because he's over on the long blows as well. So stands 1, 4, 6, 3. They're all having a real tussle. Ian Montgomery has turned for home with Jack Robinson. Stuart Connor. Jack Robinson under the front leg. Ian Montgomery under the front leg. Stuart Connor's out the hind leg. Jack's out the hind leg. Ian Montgomery's out the hind leg. This is going to be a photo finish between these 3. Who's it going to be? It's Stuart Connor, Jack Robinson, Ian Montgomery, as close as that between those shearers. Jack Robinson waves a goodbye down that porthole. Louis Lagoni, the Frenchman, he goes out on stand number 3. Graham Davidson, 1 full comb. 1 bit of a flick around the tail, and out goes Graham Davidson on stand number 2. Aaron McGee then, the young fella. Out the hind leg he goes. Rolling that handpiece underneath the back leg. 1 little bit of a flick around the tail, and out goes Aaron McGee. Give them all a big round of applause. Shearers, just to remind you, if you are looking at the times will not be taken from those clocks. They will be taken from the manual clocks. So again, we're ready to go with heat number 3. Just hold on the bottom of the steps, shearers. Shearers, just hold on the bottom of the steps. Don't come up yet until we call you. Okay, so the clocks have been reset this time. Thank you, Brian. We will now get the next heat up onto the board. Tom Perry on 6. Hamish Mitchell on 5. Stanley Allingham on 4. Gilles Grancher on 3. Russell Smith on 2. And Jake Hamilton on stand number 1. So again, we've got a cracking lineup coming up onto the board. We have A young New Zealander there on stand number 1, Jake Hamilton. Young Russell Smith on stand number 2. A Frenchman there, Gilles Grancher on stand number 3. Stanley Allingham represented his country there on stand number 4. He's a record holder as well. Then we got the evergreen Hamish Mitchell. Nice to see Hamish back on the shearing board on stand number 5. And then young Tom Perry, the young fella from Northern Ireland. Shown a lot of sheep. He's going to be fighting tooth and nail to make it into that team on stand number 6. So a cracking lineup once again. Very, very capable shearers up there on those boards. Represented their country many times. So as soon as we get a thumbs up from the referee, when he's rearing to go, we'll be underway. Okay then, boys, we got a thumbs up. We're going to make a start with this, the 3rd heat of the open qualification round. Shearers on your doors. Timekeepers ready. Judges ready. Shearers go. So we're away now then. Heat number 3. We got some real quality shearers up there on those boards. Jake Hamilton from in the North Island of New Zealand on stand number 1. Young Russell Smith, Northern Ireland shearer on 2. Gilles Grancher from France on stand number 3. Stanley Allingham from the Republic of Ireland on stand number 4. Hamish Mitchell from Scotland, a master shearer there on stand number 5. And then up there on stand number 6, young Tom Perry, the local man. He's dropping down to the long blows, right up there with Hamish Mitchell. So Hamish and Tom turn together, come around that shoulder. Hamish Mitchell, round underneath the front leg, back, looks like he's back to full health. Around the hind leg comes Hamish, really chasing it now. Hamish Mitchell then, just about a minute, and into the pen he runs for sheep number 2, George.
Yes, number 2 on the board there now, so he's setting the pace here. Stanley down and out the back like he goes, but it's Russell Smith it is. He comes out next there. Out comes Tom Perry on stand number 6. It's all on here. The New Zealander Jake there on stand number 1. He's out the back leg as well. And Gilles, the Frenchman. Yes, he's a little bit lively, that sheep, but he's getting her down the porthole. And away she goes, so he comes out. So all competitors now with their second sheep on the board and away to go. But it's Hamish, the Scotsman, already up the neck and around the back of the head. Drops down into the first shoulder. Down into the long blow he goes. He's setting the pace here. Stanley on the undermine. Russell Smith, he steps through as well. The Frenchman, he's into the first hind leg on stand number 3. Up the neck goes Stanley. But it's already Hamish right down into the long blows there. On stand number 5, he's about to get the turn. Head down the last side. Tom Perry drops down to the first shoulder. Down to the first shoulder comes Hamish. Down to that shoulder he comes. But it's Russell Smith. He's right there as well. It won't be long till he'll get the turn and come down the last side. Down the last side comes Hamish. Who's going to get the drop? It's Russell Smith chasing him hard. Stanley is there. Tom Perry gets the turn. But it's Hamish. Out the back leg he goes now. 1, 2, and down the porthole she goes. And Hamish comes out with sheep number 3, Hugh.
Yeah, so Hamish Mitchell there, 3rd sheep out onto the board for him. He's being chased hard now then by Stanley, by Tom, by Russell, by Gilles, and Jake Hamilton up there on stand number 1 as well. In goes Gilles Grancher for sheep number 3. In goes Russell. In goes Stanley. In goes Tom Perry. But already then, the lanky loon from Skye, Hamish Mitchell, up the neck and into that front shoulder, dropping that sheep down into the front shoulder, sticking to his work, the master shearer, dropping onto the long blows. Long blow time for big Hamish Mitchell, pulled away from the rest of the field. Tom Perry chasing, Gilles Grancher chasing, Russell Smith chasing, Stanley's chasing, but Hamish Mitchell is out in front as he's got to that shoulder. He's coming down that last side now, Hamish Mitchell. Look at him go, filling that comb, pushing it as hard as he can go out the hind leg, rolling the handpiece underneath that hamstring. And Hamish Mitchell goes in for sheep number 4.
Yes, number 4 on the board there for Hamish. Tom Perry turns down the last side, he comes. Russell Smith gets the turn. The Frenchman Gillis, he's out the back leg as well, another couple of blows. Stanley gets the turn for home. The New Zealander there on stand number 1. He's about to get the turn. And Tom Perry, down and out the back leg he goes. But it's the Frenchman on stand number 3. He's out with his 4th sheep on the board as well. Russell Smith down to the flank and out the back leg. Stanley is there. Out comes Tom Perry. Sheep number 4 on the board. Stanley will soon have number 4 on the board as well. Russell Smith, he comes out with sheep number 4. But it's already Hamish, drops down to the first shoulder, down to the long blows there of his 4 sheep. Steps over now. And there's only one more left in the pen for Hamish, wanting to make that semi-final. Jake, the New Zealander, he's his 4th sheep on the board. So all competitors now with that 4th sheep. But it's Hamish is pulling away there on stand number 5. Gets the turn. Down to the shoulder he comes. Right down to the flank he goes and out the back leg. Dropping down to the first shoulder is Tom Perry. Closely followed by Stanley on 4. It's a Frenchman. He's really motoring there now on stand number 3. He gets the turn and heading down the last side. He's closest to Hamish. But it's Hamish now out with his 5th and final sheep on the board, Q.
Yeah, so Hamish Mitchell then, been Scottish team member many, many times. And master shearer. Off comes the belly wool for him. Really going for it now. Hamish Mitchell out with the belly wool. Who's going to be the first in for the 5th sheep alongside Hamish? It's still the Frenchman and Gilles Grancher. In goes Stanley Allingham for 5. Tom Perry puts the finishing touches. Tom Perry will go in for 5. Hamish Mitchell already up the neck and into that front shoulder of sheep number 5. The last one out onto the board for big Hamish Mitchell. Now he's rocking and rolling into that front shoulder. Long blow time for the big fella from Scotland. Hamish Mitchell swinging those blows on the long blows in. Hamish Mitchell will now get to the turn. He cleans off the cheek. Down the last side comes Hamish. Pulled away from the rest of the field, and he's still only in 2nd gear by the look of him. Underneath that front leg comes Hamish Mitchell. Now he's coming down the last side, out the hind leg with the next blow. 3 full comb widths from Hamish, and he'll have his time taken if she'll sit still. Gilles Grancher is coming after him, but it's going to be Hamish Mitchell. Out he goes there on stand number 5. Give him a round of applause, ladies and gentlemen. Gilles Grancher, finishing touches for the Frenchman there on stand number 3. Out goes Gilles Grancher. Stanley Allingham puts the finishing touches there. Young Stanley, he goes out, the record holder there on stand number 4. Out goes Tom Perry on stand number 6. Russell Smith puts the finishing touches there. Out goes Russell on stand number 2. Jake Hamilton then, the man from the Hawke's Bay, puts the finishing touches. Out goes Jake Hamilton. Give them all a big round of applause.
So off to the right-hand side, please. And remember, you're out the back tipping up the sheep.
Rightio, next heat then, if you can be ready to come up. Heat number 4, one more heat to go. Heat number 4 will be Pierre Grancher, Adam Berry, Ivan Scott, Archie Patterson, Robert Davidson, and Mark McGee. So again, a cracking lineup again. We've got another master shearer up there on the boards. Could even be two. So a cracking lineup up there on those boards. Heat number 5, if you can be ready to go. Heat number 5 will be Johnny Patterson, James McCauley, Matt Smith, Grant Hercombe, Jonathan McKelvey, and Sam Mcconnell. Oh, so we're just waiting for the thumbs up from our referee. The thumb goes up. The clocks are right. We're going to make a start, shearers. Shearers on your doors. Timekeepers ready. Judges ready. Shearers go. So we're away then. This is the 4th heat of the open qualification round. Mark McGee there on stand number 1. Robert Davidson, Bert Davidson on 2. Archie Patterson on stand number 3. Ivan Scott, world record holder, master shearer on stand number 4. Represented the Republic of Ireland many times at World Championship level. Then we got Adam Berry. He's represented England many times at world level. And then we got Pierre Grancher. We need the last heat turning up out the back, please. Last heat to be turning up out the back. Adam Berry now then really turned that pace on early on. Out the hind leg goes Adam Berry. He means business as he's just stroking that wool off. Adam Berry, 50 seconds. And he got that first sheep down the porthole, George.
Yes, unbelievable there, and away he goes. Ivan Scott turns the home, down to the shoulder he comes. Nothing between the rest of the shears, but it likes like the Frenchman Pierce there. On stand number 6, down the porthole she goes, and he's out with sheep number 2 on the board as well. Out the back leg goes Ivan, down the porthole, and Ivan is out with sheep number 2. Archie there on stand number 3. It's Robert and Mark. Mark gets that sheep away down the porthole. So Archie now, the fitness search is going in, and all competitors will be on sheep number 2. But it's already Adam Berry. Up and around the back of the head he goes, drops down into the first shoulder, down into the long blows on stand number 5. He's setting the pace here. It happened before on the same stand. That's where the pace is set as well. There must be something about stand number 5. The Frenchman is up the neck there. He's staying right with him as well. Ivan is up the neck. Up and around the back of the head he goes, drops down to the first shoulder. Archie is up the neck, as is Robert Davison and Mark McGee. But it's already Adam Berry setting the pace here, and a very fast one he's setting. Down to the shoulder and down the last side he comes of sheep number 2. And the pen man, Mike Stewart, if you could just push the numbers there, please, on Adam Berry's pen. Just push those numbers, Stewart, on Adam Berry's pen, please. But it's Adam Berry it is. Out the back leg goes Adam now. Down the porthole she goes. And he comes out with sheep number 3. Ivan is right back with him there now as well. And Ivan is out with number 3 on the board. Stuart, if you could just push the numbers there, please. Stuart Connor. Stuart. Yeah, please. Thank you. And we have Robert Davison. Mark McGee is out. Archie down the last side he comes. And the Frenchman, he gets that sheep away down the porthole on stand number 6. And he's out with number 3 on the board. So quite an even heat here, Hugh.
Very even there, George. So up the neck, into that front shoulder is Adam Berry, the big Cumbrian, dropping that sheep into the front shoulder. Ivan Scott, he's really going for it as well. Ivan Scott then on those long blows, sweeping those long blows in. He's looking lean and mean, Ivan Scott then, the world record holder on stand number 4, sorry. He's got to the turn. He's turned on the pace and down the last side comes Ivan Scott. Adam Berry coming down that last side as well. But it's going to be Ivan Scott now then round the top of the tail. A little bit of a flick and in goes Ivan for sheep number 4. In goes Adam Berry for 4. In goes Mark McGee. Is that 3 or 4? Aaron, is that 4 for Mark McGee as well? So nobody being left too far behind at all there, George.
No, certainly not. A very even heat here in the Frenchman on stand number 6. He's out the back leg as well, just another couple of blows, and he'll be in for sheep number 4. But it's already Ivan up the neck there, up and around the back of the head he goes. Couple of big sweeping blows on the undermine for Adam. He's up the neck. Archie turns her home down the last side. He comes on his third sheep, and out Robert Davison is there as well. He's out the back leg. Mark McGee, he's on number 4, up and around the back of the head, but it's already Ivan just about to get the turn now and head down the last side of sheep number 4 with one more left in the pen. Adam Berry really pumping in those long blows now. Adam about to get the turn, head down the last side. The Frenchman right there with him as well. He drops down to the first shoulder. A real good heat here. And it's Ivan Scott it is. Down the board hole she goes, and he's out with sheep number 5 on the board. Mark McGee turns her home. Adam Berry out the back leg he goes with one more left in the pen for Adam. Another 2 blows and he'll be in for sheep number 5. Down the porthole she goes now. The Frenchman is right there on the pace as well on stand number 6. Out the back leg he goes, but it's already Ivan Scott up the neck there on his 5th and final sheep. Up and around the back of the head he goes. Drops down to the first shoulder, down into the long blows. Stand number 4 it is, and away he goes, Q.
Yeah, so Ivan Scott now then, flat tack on the long blows. Looks like he got rid of the poorer sheep first, and then he's just built up and caught faster. Round that hind leg comes Ivan Scott then. 5 minutes, 20 seconds. Unofficial time. Out goes Ivan Scott on stand number 4. Terrific shear for the master shearer there on stand number 4. Mark McGee up the neck and into the front shoulder on 5. Adam Berry turning off the long blow of 5. Pierre Grancher on the long blow of 5. Archie Patterson, 1 left in the pen for Archie. Out comes Bert Davidson with his 5th and final sheep. But it's going to be Adam Berry now then, the big Cumbrian. Puts the finishing touches, and out goes Adam Berry, the previous English team member there. Out he goes on stand number 5. Mark McGee coming down the last side. 1 more full comb, a bit of a flick, and out will go Mark McGee. Pierre Grancher goes out. A cracking lineup there, George.
Yes, a real good line-up there now. So we have Robert and Archie there now. Robert is on his 5th and final sheep. Archie just into the first hind leg of his 5th and final sheep in another very good heat of the Open here, shearing for a place in the semi-final. They're up to neck now, just about a blow or 2 between them. Robert Davison drops into the first shoulder. Archie drops down into the first shoulder and down into the long blows to go now. Our 5th and final sheep on the board. Pumping those blows in. Who's going to step over first? It's Archie has stepped over now, getting in those long blows, followed by Robert there on stand at number 2. And it's Archie gets the turn. He turns 2 blows ahead there at the moment. Cleans off that cheek, down to the shoulder, and down the last side it comes. It looks like Archie has a really good sheep for last. Down to the flank he goes. Out the back leg being pushed all the way by Robert Davison. But it's Archie Patterson that is. Out the back leg he goes, pushes the button, and his time will be taken. We have Robert Davison now. Robert, a big sheep there, pops up the head and out the back leg he goes. Another 3 blows and he'll push the button. Robert Davison, stand number 2, 5th and final sheep. The last couple of blows going in there now for Robert Davison. Put your hands together for another good open heat there. Competitors, remember you're out the back to tip up the sheep. Straight out the back to tip up the sheep.
Okay, the names. The names are up, so we will get the last heat then of the Open up onto the boards. Sam McConnell to 4, Matt Smith on 3, James McCauley on 2, Johnny Patterson to stand number 1. So again, a cracking lineup. Another world champion, world record holder up there on the boards. Matt Smith shore 731 U's to set the world record. Now, of course, helping a lot of shearers out to achieve their goals. A master shearer in New Zealand as well. We got Sam McConnell on stand number 4. He became the Blade captain yesterday by being the highest placed Northern Ireland competitor in the Blade shearing competition. I thought he was going to go home and do some work today, but he's come back for another crack at the shearing. James McCauley, another quality Northern Ireland shearer on stand number 2, and Johnny Patterson on stand number 1, a young fella breaking through to the Open. So we'll just wait for a thumbs up off our referee. We've got to wait for the thumbs up to come from our referee. Do we need the referee on stand number 3? I think she must have been too good. Okay then, we got a thumbs up from the referee. We will make a start with this, the last qualifying round. Shearers on your doors. Timekeepers ready. Judges ready. Shearers go. So they rip the doors off the hinges all the way along the line. Johnny Patterson, now a postman, I've been told, on stand number 1. He must get round his round fairly quick and then go off and do a fair bit of shearing on stand number 1. The belly wall comes out for him. Jimmy McCauley on stand number 2. Up the undermine he goes. Matt Smith, the world record holder there on stand number 3. Sam McConnell. Up the undermine. Up the neck goes Sam McConnell. So they're now rocking and rolling down into those long blows. Matt Smith steps that leg over. Swings off the long blow, and he'll turn for home. Down the last side, this could be quick. Round that shoulder comes Matt Smith. Jimmy McCauley, tight up his tail. Down the last side they come now then. Polishing off every little hair. Every whisker of wool comes off. Round the top of the tail. Matt Smith then, 58 seconds, and that first sheep went down the porthole, George.
Yes, and out comes Jimmy McCauley. He's out there as well now on stand number 2. The postman turns her home on stand number 1. Johnny down to the shoulder and down the last side he comes. And Sam McConnell, we see him on the blades, we see machine shearing. He's out there on stand number 4. So all competitors now will very soon be out with their second sheep. Johnny putting in the finishing touches. Well, it's already on stand number 3. Matt Smith, up the neck he goes there on stand number 3. Around the back of the head, dropping down that first shoulder. Jimmy steps through and up the neck. Johnny is out with his second sheep on the board. Sam McConnell, the belly wool comes off into the first hind leg he goes. But it's already Matt Smith down into the long blows. Getting the turn, cleans off the cheek and heads her home. Down the money side of the sheep he comes there on stand number 3. James down into the long blows there. He's pushing them hard there. But it's Matt Smith just coming, putting in the finishing touches on sheep number 2. Down and out the back leg he goes now. 1, 2, 3 blows down the porthole. And out he comes with sheep number 3 on the board for Matt Smith. Sam McConnell up and around the back of the head. He goes, drops down to the first shoulder, down into the long blow. He's shearing on stand number 4. Down and out the back leg goes Jamie McCauley there on 2. Up the neck goes Johnny, the Donegal man, on stand number 1. But it's already Matt Smith on the undermine. Couple of big sweeping blows up, steps 2. Up the neck he goes there. Quite a woolly sheep there this time. Breaks open that neck wool, cleans off the cheek, and away he goes now, Hugh.
Yeah, so it's Matt Smith now then. Originally from New Zealand, now living down there in Cornwall. We'll be trying for that English team later on in the year. Matt Smith then gets to the turn. Round the shoulder comes Matt Smith. Underneath the front leg, he'll go with this next blow. Underneath that armpit. Now he's working his way round to that hock. Big sweeping blows going in from Matt Smith. Underneath that hind leg he goes. Rolls the sheep into the portal. Waves her goodbye. Comes out with sheep number 4. Rolling that sheep as easy as he can go. Long blow time for Jimmy McCauley. Johnny Patterson, the postman there on stand number 1. In and out the pen he goes. For sheep, is that 3 or 4 there, Dennis O'Sullivan? He'll keep that clock right, I hope. James McCauley then on the last side, coming down the last side. Nice and easy does it for Jimmy McCauley. Sam Mcconnell throwing up the neck into that front shoulder. But it's still Matt Smith now then. Long blow time for Matt Smith. From down there, Launceston in Cornwall now. Round that shoulder comes Matt Smith. Keeping that comb flat, full and flowing. Round that hind leg he comes now. 2 big sweeping blows to clean off. Oh, she has a kick and a wriggle. She obviously hasn't seen the size of his shoulders. Otherwise, she'd be sitting still. Matt Smith then pushes her down the portal, and in he goes for sheep number 5. Last one out onto the board for Matt Smith. Jimmy McCauley into the shoulder of 4. Sam Mcconnell coming down the last side of 3. Johnny Patterson coming down the last side of 3. Matt Smith sweeping those blows up the undermine. Off comes Top Notch for Matt Smith and into that first front shoulder. Jimmy McCauley coming down the last side of 4. Sam Mcconnell in for 4. If that pen card is right. Ryan Adams, is that pen clock right? Matt Smith, though, on the long blows. He's about to get to the turn on his 5th and final sheep. Round the shoulder comes Matt Smith. Underneath the front leg, down to the hind leg. Stroking that wool off as easy as can be. One bit of a flick, and out goes Matt Smith there on stand number 3.
So now you have Sam Mcconnell, he's up the neck there, but next to Matt is Jimmy McCauley there on stand number 2. He's on his final sheep. Couple of big sweeping blows up the undermine. Steps through up the neck now and away he goes. Sam drops down to the first shoulder on 4. Johnny there on stand number 1. He's on his 4th sheep as well, up and around the back of the head. So not a lot between stands 1 and 4. But it's the 5th sheep there on the board for Jimmy McCauley. Dropping down in those long blows. About to step over with the right now. Pumping in 3 or 4 long blows there now. And he's about to get the turn and head for home. And down the last side he comes. Down to the shoulder. Down the shoulder he comes now. Step back with the left. Rolls the handpiece underneath the shoulder. Right down to the flank he goes. Down and out the back leg now. About 3 more blows left for Jimmy. And he'll push the button and his time will be taken. On stand number 2. Well done. That's Jimmy McCauley there on stand number 2. Sam is out now with his final sheep on the board on stand number 4. And Johnny gets that sheep away and he'll be in and out with number 5 on the board for Johnny Patterson, the postman, shearing on stand number 1. So we've stands 1 and 4. The final heat of the Open, shearing for a place in the semi-final. Down and into the first hind leg. Now goes Sam Mcconnell there. The belly will comes off for Johnny on stand number 1. So very close between stands 1 and 4 here. The final heat of the Open. Both of them on into the first hind leg there. But it's Sam Mcconnell gets up the undermine first. And if the power happens to go, Sam can shear away because he can take out the saddle blades and shear as well. Dropping down into the first shoulder. Up the neck and around the back of the head goes Johnny P on stand number 1. Down at the long blow is Sam. So there is a little bit of a battle going on between the two of them, but it's Sam Mcconnell with about 3 blows on Johnny P there at the moment. Sam gets the turn. Down to the shoulder he comes and down the last side. Steps back with the left. Pumping in those long blows is Johnny P. He's about to get the turn and head for home. About 3 blows between them now. Down the last side. Their fifth and final sheep on the board. The last heat of the Open. Shearing for a place in the semi-final. Out the back leg goes Sam Mcconnell, the blade shearer. 1, 2, the button is pushed and his time is taken. Johnny P. Out the back leg goes the Donegal man. He's another 2 blows there. He'll push the button and his time will be taken. Johnny P. it is. Put your hands together for all the Open competitors. Well done.
We have got a few more sheep to shear off. If anybody wants to jump up onto stands 5 and 6, we have got a few sheep to shear. Any shearers that want to jump up, try a bit of gear on stands 5 and 6. We will be starting the competitions at 10:30 with the wool handling. So don't go too far away, 10:30. We will be starting the wool handling heats. And then we'll be underway with that. So don't go too far away. And we'll get going again.
Testing 1, 2. Okay, the scene is set, and we're just about ready to get underway with our next competition, which is the wool handling. We've got the thumbs up, and they're ready for us to get going. Okay, if we can have our judges ready for the wool handling, please. Our wool handling judges, if you can be ready. Richard Schofield, Seamus Kelly, John Ivor Davis, and Andy Rankin. The referee will be Jared Kelly. And judging the oddments will be Wallace Boyd, and the table will be Peter Weber, David O'Neill, and Brian McGatty. So, can I have a wool hand and judges, please? And it looks like our competitors there would be Ellen Murphy on table 3, Fiona Butler on 2, and Jess Marrick on table number 1. They're the 3 competitors. So we'll have the shearers taking their stands. So this is the novice wool handling. And we'll find out how many fleeces they're doing shortly. I would imagine it might be 3, but so the wool handlers now just getting themselves organised there. They can have a quick check of the sheep if they want, and then we'll be ready to get underway. They have their oddment bins and fleece baskets ready. So I see 3 baskets there, so I take it it's 3 sheep they're doing. Have we got our shearers ready? I take it as three fleeces.
Could we have the referee to table number 3, please? Referee to table number 3.
Who is Jared Kelly.
So the referee goes to table number 3. The Murphy girls having a look. Want to have a look at one of the sheep. Table number 3, not stand 3. I said table 3. We'll wax your ears for you.
Didn't take him too long to make a decision anyway, so. And for any of you that are not familiar with wool handling, it's a bit different than shearing. they will be only against the clock when the last shear is finished. So then there will be again the clock, and our time will be taken when they hold their broom or their hand up when they're finished to tidy up. Sure. Okay, the scene is set. It looks like we're ready to get underway with the first heat in the novice wool handling. So our competitors are there ready, our judges are ready, and the time won't start till the shears are finished. Shearers, get yourselves ready. Wool handlers ready. Shearers on 1, 3, and 5, go. So the shears on 1, 3, and 5, and then the shears on 2, 4, and 6. Once they step through and up the neck, they will come out with their sheep. So the novice wool handlers have 3 fleeces each to look after. We can't be saying too much about what's happening now, but they couldn't move in until the belly wool had come off, which has happened now. So the wool handler can be active. They will have taken away that belly wool if it's suitable and put in a certain place. Okay, shears, keep going there. Yep, and now we have the shears. All 6 competitors are out, so each wool handler has to look after 2 shears. They'll be shearing on to what they do a reasonable pace in the shed. So it's the same for everybody. They'll keep up that pace all the time. And when they're going back into the pen, they will just go in and take out the sheep. They won't hold their weight in the pen. So it won't be long now till we see the first fleece being lifted and the first throw. And if you can pick up that fleece properly and get the throw, you're a long way there. There's still a lot of work to be done, but if you don't get the throw right, you're going to be in difficulty. The judges will be looking for an overhang on the table, and it has thrown from breech to neck, nice and level. A good throw there on table number 2 from Fina. And now we've Ellen Murphy, and a good throw there on table number 1. Also a bigger fleece there on table number 1. Ellen Murphy had a good throw on table number 3. That little bit of an overhang, an A1 size, you usually get penalised for that. And then the roll-up is on. And there's somebody there shouting somebody to keep going and keep moving. Yes, if not, you can get behind with this wool handling quite easy. But it may be some of these wool handlers' first time up there. It's a great experience. It's one thing sitting down here looking up there, but being up there wool handling is a different job. When the shears are finished, then their time will start. Now, yeah, keep it moving on, wool handlers, but sometimes it's not always the fastest wool handler either. If you have the quality right, they'll place that fleece into the basket. If a belly wool is not suitable, it may go into a basket. Another good throw there on table number 1. And we'll see a throw here on table number 2 with Fina very shortly. Picks up that fleece. Yes, a good throw, a big fleece, a bit loose, but she got a good throw in there. And Ellen Murphy with a good throw there as well. Very soon now they're going to be against the clock. So when the shears are finished, and they'll step back into the pen, and now the time will start. Now they're against the clock. They still have another fleece each to throw there. Getting that fleece rolled up on the table. It's all about the presentation of the fleece, the presentation of the wool. And they're against the clock now. Seconds count, but the quality of work also counts. There's someone saying go on there, Fina. And she's picking up her fleece. There's not a lot between them. Really good. And a good throw with a big fleece there from Fina. She got that really good. Ellen Murphy there as well. How quick you can get the roll-up done. What's to go into the fleece. And then the tidy-up will come. You can get behind your favourite wool handler there and give him a bit of support as well. Give him a bit of a cheer on. This is the novice wool handling. Ellen Murphy with the final fleece into the fleece basket. Very little between the 3 competitors here. It's all about the presentation of wool. Chucking that neck wool in, making sure the fleece is compact and neat. Into the fleece basket it goes. Now the tables are clean, the broom is picked up, and the judges need to be careful. You could end up with a sore shin very, very easily here. They're against the clock. Seconds count. cleaning underneath the table, getting down, leaving no wool, a credit card size. You will be penalised by the judges after. Keep those brooms going. Get down on the knees. Say a prayer if you want there as you're sorting out that wool. And it's Ellen Murphy first off there. The hand is up here. Time is taken. Well done. Put your hands together for her. Now we have Fina is there. And we have Jess there on table 1 and 2. The real battle is on here. Keep it going. Keep that broom going. Sort out the different bits of oddments into the bin. That's the way it goes. Lot it up between them. Yes, and it's Jess there has popped a hand. Well done. Put your hands together. And Fina, put your hands together there for the first heat of the novice wool handling. Well done.
Well, that's the first heat then of the novice. I think we've got another one, have we, George, coming up? A lot of good wool handlers on show here today in the novice and, of course, the open. We saw Jess Marwick there in that development test yesterday. We saw Ellen Murphy in the development test as well. She won that development test with her sister. So now we're on getting ready for the next heat of the novice wool handling.
So the area can be getting cleaned up now, so we're ready for the next heat, just to keep the thing moving. There's quite a bit of wool handling to happen here. You can actually do the clean up there. All that needs to be cleaned up, so we don't have to wait for the other competitors. So we'll just speed up the next heat a little bit. It's also good practice up there, cleaning down the shearing area and the wool handling area. Also, our table judges will be judging over there. They'll be judging for the fleece that has rolled from breech to neck. It's the neck wool is tucked in, it's tied from the neck, not from the shoulder. The belly wool, if it's suitable, is in the right place. And then Wallace judged the oddments, and he will penalise you if there's good wool in there that should be in the fleece. You'll be penalised for that as well. So you have all those things that the judges are looking for. Sorry? In this one, there's 3. In this one, 3, 2, yeah, right, that's all right. 1 and 2, yeah. So we're going to be, I think it's just the 2 in this heat here, and we're going to be working on tables 1 and 2. The names will be up there in a couple of seconds. So the wool handler's up, cleaning down the area, having it ready so that we can keep going and not be losing any time. Before the competition starts, the judges will check the shearing area and the wool handling area. Yes, it's actually tables 1 and 3 we're working on. The judges will check before the wool handler starts, and any wool left on the shearing area or the wool handling area, credit card size, you will be penalised. So they'll be looking for all this. You must have a completely clean shearing area and wool handling area. The table must be clean between each fleece. And when the shearers are coming out with the next sheep, the shearing area must be clean before the shearer comes out. It's all about contaminating of the wool and preventing that from happening. Between each fleece is thrown, then they must make sure there's no wool left on the table. They usually will place the belly wool, each belly wool at the leg of the table, so they put the belly wool back into the proper fleece. The judges will be watching all that. And the same when they're finished, they have to sort the oddments out into the different oddment bins. And then the clean up, and any wool left there, they will be penalised at a credit card size as well. So this is what our wool handlers will do in the sheds all day, every day. So we've Hazel Crow on table number 1. Stephen M. Wilson on table number 3. No, we've just the two wool handlers this time. You can have a quick look at the sheep wool handlers if you want. You can have a look at the sheep and just explain to the shearer what sheep you want first. There can be a little bit of variation sometimes. And for wool handling, the sheep are not crutched. They're just presented properly with no dags as they should be any time, but they're not crutched. So the wool handler has to do all the work on the fleece. So we're just waiting for the oddment bins to come back and the fleece baskets, and then we're ready to get underway. We don't have anybody on table number 2, so as long as we get our bins onto tables 1 and 3, we can proceed with the next heat of the novice wool handling. So you'll see they'll place these oddments. The stage is also marked, and they must work in that designated area. Anything outside of that, they won't be judged on, but inside of that area, they must have it clean before they start, clean when they're finished, and that's the area they must work in. So once the wool handlers are happy, they've got their oddment bins and fleece baskets ready, our judges will be all ready. We'll be ready to get underway with the second heat of the novice wool handling. It takes a big team to keep this wool handling going. Everybody has to work together. There's numbers in those baskets to make sure there's no mix-up, and some of them are different colors as well. Once the wool handler puts a fleece in the basket, he can't touch it anymore. He's finished with the fleece at that stage. You might see different tactics where some of the wool handlers place their baskets. But if our chief steward is happy and our wool handlers are ready, we'll be ready to get underway with the next heat of the novice wool handling. I think we're okay. Wool handlers, are you ready? Yes, we're ready. Our judges are ready. Shearers, get yourselves ready. Wool handlers ready. Shearers on the door. Shearers, come on out with your first sheep on 1, 3, and 5. It's 1 and 5 this time. We have nobody on table number 3. Now the wool handlers can't move in until the belly wool is thrown clear. The shearers or the wool handlers can't move in. Once the belly wool is clear, they're in action, they're working, so they're engaged. And of course, they get much busier once the second shearer comes out. Now, once the shearers step up the neck, then the second shearers on 6 and 2, they'll come out with their sheep. Yes, and that's what's happening now. So now the wool handler has to watch and look after 2 shearers. And it won't take very long at all until we see the first throw. And if you can get that fleece picked up properly, you're a long way there, and get that throw right. If you don't get the throw right, it's very, very hard to correct it. And you're depending on the fleece being nice and tight, and if it's not, you have to try and make it as compact as possible, catching it by the 2 hind legs and throwing from breech to neck. That's an important part of it. If you can get that part right, you certainly are a long way there. The shearers are keeping going. The wool handlers, we know what they may have done with the belly wool, and they may have to check it if it's right or wrong. Different oddments into the different baskets, preparing the fleece then before the shearer is finished for the throw, and then to get back to clean that area before the shearer comes out with the next sheep. Yes, the first throw, a very good throw from Hazel there on table number 1. And Stephen, a good throw there on table number 3. It's all on here now. And now is the time they have to watch. They have to be getting the fleece rolled, watch what the shearers are doing, and to make sure there's no contamination and no mix-up. It's not too bad with the 3 shearers. They have to watch before the shearer steps up the neck. They have to get that belly wool placed. That's really important. The belly wool always has to be somewhere. Sometimes you may have no belly on a sheep. That can cause a bit of confusion, but the judge will note that so there's no mix-up after. So we have the fleece already rolled on table number 3. Hazel, a little bit of a different tactic, and she's rolling the fleece there. A good roll on table. A very good throw there on table number 3. Hazel tucks in the neck wool there. Yes, good wool handling here on both tables 1 and 3. Hazel lets a lovely fleece into the basket. She's back now. She'll prepare her second fleece. Pick up that and look for the throw there. It's being rolled up already on table number 3. Hazel picks up a big fleece there. and about to throw her second fleece on table number 1. Yes, quite a good throw, a big fleece, a bit of an overhang there. She will have a couple of A4s, not the end of the world. She got it flat with no a kick out there, so she will know where the neck wool is. And she'll place something into it very, very shortly. And very soon, these two wool handlers are going to be against the clock. Once the shears are finished, which is now, and the wool handlers are against the clock. And away to go. Another good throw there on table number 3. Hazel has one fleece to pick up. She's getting the neck wool tucked in there, making sure she won't lose any points on that. Into the fleece basket it goes. Checks the table. Back to the fleece. You're against the clock, Hazel. And the clock keeps ticking. Seconds count now. And the fleece goes in. The final fleece into the fleece basket there. The broom is picked up on table number 3. The roll-up is on table number 1. And the roll-up is on. She found something to go into the fleece as well. She's not going to lose out on that. Come on, Hazel, keep it going. Stephen is there as well. He's about to pick up the broom. Hazel doing a good roll there on table number 1. Get behind your favourite wool handler. Give him a bit of support. It's not so nice up there. It's different down here looking up. Into the basket it goes from Hazel. Hazel picks up the broom. And away to go. Sometimes if they're not happy with the judge, they may give him a little tap on the shins as well. So away to go. Hazel gets underneath that table, making that broom talk now. Come on, keep it going. You're against the clock. Every second counts, but you must get the job done properly as well. Down on the knees goes Stephen there, sorting out the different oddments into the different baskets. Hazel will be there very, very shortly. She's in the corner. Yes, it's Stephen out. Put your hands together for him on table number 3. Now we've Hazel making sure she's going to leave nothing there for the judges on table number 1. Hazel Crow it is on table number 1. And the clock has stopped. Our time is taken. Put your hands together for another very good heat in the novice wool handling. Well done.
So some very good wool handling there from our novices. The oddments baskets will go to be judged by our judges out the back. And then following on, we will start with the open wool handlers, I believe. So the open wool handlers will be up next. We've got a terrific lineup of open wool handlers. Some of the best in the world on show. Again, there is a big selection here to pick the team for the World Championships to go to the Royal Highland Show in 2023. Teams are being selected. This is on the Scottish circuit. Of course, we picked the Northern Ireland competitors yesterday, day before yesterday. And then as we go through the show season, we will get more and more busy. Those wool handlers will get more and more competitive to make it into their teams to represent their countries at the World Championships at the Royal Highland Show 2023, where the best in the world will be on show. It'll be a real showcase for the wool industry, the harvesting, with the machines, the blades, and the wool handlers. So we'll get a draw done for the open wool handlers, and then we will get underway with those fleeces. Do not move too far away, ladies and gentlemen. And we will get the first heat of the open wool handling up very shortly. I think the first heat is going to be an all Scottish affair. So the first heat, the names are up then. So we have Audrey Aitken, Rosie Keenan and Isla Shaw, 3 Scottish competitors. This, of course, is on the Scottish circuit. So the 3 Scottish competitors want to make it into that team to represent their country at their home World Championships next year. Rosie and Audrey were in the team at the World Champs in France 2019. Isla Shaw from a very big shearing family there. Her brother is a shearer, their father is a shearer, and Isla is pretty good on that broom. Just remember, Isla, you're not on blackies. She did ask me to remind her. So now you'll see these brooms being flicked with a little bit more purpose. You certainly wouldn't want to be in the way. So it is the responsibility of the wool handler to clean off from the previous competitor. Otherwise, the judge will penalize them for not starting off with a clean floor. So we'll sort that out. They'll all have a good clean up. Then they'll go and have a look at the sheep. They will tell the shearers the order that they want those sheep to come out. How many fleeces are they handling, John Murphy? 5. 5 fleeces. So shearers 1, 3, 5 will shear 3 sheep. 2, 4, 6 will shear 2 sheep. Again, the time will not start until that last sheep is finished. Then the time will start, and that is when they will have to go hell for leather on those brooms and sort out all that wool, the good wool from the dirty wool to the short wool, all into those baskets. Again, this is being live streamed on YouTube all over the world. And I have been having a few messages, people are watching all over the world to see what is going on at the Royal Ulster here at Balmoral in this wonderful new building. A really good setup for the shearing world here at the Royal Ulster, and a good team as well. Referee to table number 1, please. Referee to table 1 and to table 3. The referee coming for a look. I'd say we're going to be shouting for the referee a fair bit more now. Referee to table 3 as well, please.
So if you're just wondering what will be going on during the competition, when the sheep are shorn, the belly wool comes off and the wool handler will usually place it at a leg of the table, but the same belly wool must go back into the breech end of the fleece. They must throw the fleece from breech to neck. They must clean the shearing area before the shearer comes out with the next sheep without any delay. If not, they'll be penalised for contamination. They must clean the table between each sheep, but we won't be mentioning that through the competition. But these are things you can watch out for. There may be a wet belly wool. If it is, it can't go into the fleece. It'll have to go into an oddment basket. So there may be black wool in there. That has to come out. Any foreign matter in the fleece must be taken out. And the fleece must be tucked in from the neck wool, not from the shoulder. So the judges will be looking for all this. And when they're finished on the shearing area, they will go over to the table judges for the oddments and the fleeces to be fully checked there as well. And of course, they're only against the clock when the shears are finished. And the time changes after the first minute, and I think Hugh, our referee, is giving us the thumbs up to get underway.
So we got a long tail on the sheep there, so they'll just take all that tail wool off. They'll leave the rest of it on now.
And always remember, the shearers cannot do anything till the belly wool is thrown clear. They can ask the shearer where they want the belly wool stand, but you'll see the shearer or the wool handler standing back until the belly wool comes clear, and then they're fully engaged in the competition.
Well, I think we've got our thumbs up from our referee, have we, Jared? Jared Kelly, are we good to go? Are we good to go, Jared? He's ignoring me. Right, we're good to go. Baskets are all being placed. They've all got a routine. Very often you won't even see them looking for a basket. The wool will just land in there. 5 fleeces to go to be judged. You'll see some wool handlers will put all 5 baskets on one side. Some will split them 3 and 2. Okay then, are we ready to start? Wool handlers, are you all happy? It's either a smile or wind, I can't decide. Okay, we're good to go. Wool handlers ready, timekeepers ready, shearers 1, 3, 5, go. Same as before, they will just shear. They'll put these wool handlers under pressure. 1, 3, 5 will shear 3 sheep. 2, 4, 6 will shear 2 sheep. They will all keep an eye on each other, so they will finish together to give us that real grandstand finish at the end. The wool handlers in, the belly wool is out, so then they can approach the shearers. They're up to their work. The shearers go up the neck, so now the workload is doubled. They come out on 2, 4, 6. So now the wool handlers have got to be watching the shearers in 2 places. They can't miss the crutch. They can't miss the belly wool. They've got to be on the table, back onto the board, eyes everywhere, concentration levels at their highest. The first fleeces are ready to be thrown in a blow. Looking up the board. Thank you, shearers, all sticking together. First fleeces in are ready to come. Up the table, Rosie Keenan. Good throw there. Audrey Aitken, up the table from Audrey. Isla Shaw, gathering that wool up and flick up the table for Isla. And she remembered to put it the right way on the table as well. So now they got to make sure that they don't miss anything from those shearers. The right belly wool has got to go into the right fleece. You can see them rolling. They keep an eye over behind them, making sure that everything is right. And really flying now, George.
Yes, it's all on here now, but the pressure is on. And 5 fleeces is a really good test as well, because you have to get the boards cleaned up in each area. We've had the roll up done here on tables 3 and 2. A little bit of a different fleece there with Orgy on table 1. You can place the fleece on the floor if you want to, providing it's clean, that it's not contaminated, which Audrey has done there. She had a bit of a problem with the first fleece, so she wants to keep everything right. Now she gets black to roll that, but she'll get back right on pace. A good throw here from Rosie on table number 3. The roll-up is on there for Isla on table number 3. On 2 is Rosie, and it's Orgy there on table number 1. And now the pressure is on. They have to watch the shears, get the fleeces in, get the table clean. It's all happening here. Get back and pick up that fleece. A good throw there again from Orgy on table number 1. Now, Isla there, a very good throw on table number 3 and on table number 2 here as well. It's all on here now. The pressure is on, but they're only against the clock when the shears are stopped. But if they get behind or end up with a fleece behind, then it gets a bit more complicated, and they have to wonder where's what goes into that fleece, what's belonged to it. So you have to think a lot more. If you're able to keep up, it makes it that bit easier, but it's not always possible. Depends on the fleece, what might be in there. The roll-up is on here with Rosie. Now, the roll-up is happening there with Isla on table number 3. Audrey back there, she's back with the shearer. Rosie is back with the shearer. But it's the fleece going into the basket there for Isla on table number 3. Q, this is as good tactics going on here and different things happening.
Yeah, it's all changing back and forth. The shearers are putting the pressure onto the wool handlers. Isla Shaw waiting for that fleece. Nothing on the floor for Isla. 1 on the floor for Audrey. 1 on the floor for Rosie. Isla, beautiful throw. Rosie's a cracking throw there on table number 2. Shearers then are looking up. Make sure you're together. Shearers. Sam Mcconnell had a bit of a torrid time. He's got that fleece ready to come. Into the pen goes Sam. The other fleeces, right then. They're about to finish now, ladies and gentlemen. The pressure is going to be on because the time will start now. Shearers finish. They step into the pen. Time is ticking. You'll see those seconds just chewing away now from these shearers. For the wool handlers, and look out, here comes Isla and Rosie together. Good throw there from Rosie. Good throw from Isla. Just making sure that that fleece sits flat on the table. Audrey Aiken there on table number 1. Beautiful throw from Audrey. One fleece stacked up onto the top board for her. The pressure is on him now, but it looks like Isla Shaw is going to be the furthest on because she's got no more fleeces lying around. Isla gets rid of the fleecy pill. She'll pick up that broom, cleans off the top board, swinging that little sweep around. Rosie picks up her fleece off the floor, making sure that she gathers it right for the throw. Audrey has picked up her last fleece. She throws it up the table. Rosie throws it up the table. But Isla's on the cleanup now, swinging that broom. Look at that for a lot of wool being shifted, using air and the broom. Down she will go to start sorting in a second. Rosie then making sure that that fleece sat on the table. Audrey tucks the neckband in. She will pick up the broom. Isla, though, working her way back towards those baskets, the oddments baskets. She'll drop down onto her hands and knees. Isla Shaw then chucks the broom out the way. Now she's sorting the long wool from the short wool, making sure she won't be penalised. Isla Shaw, Audrey Aiken is chasing hard. Isla Shaw, last couple of handfuls into the basket. She has a look. Out she goes on table number 3, ladies and gentlemen. Give her a round of applause as she's finished. Audrey Aiken dropping down onto the knee there, sorting the long wool from the short wool. Basket full. Audrey looks. Out goes Audrey Aiken on table number 1. And now Rosie Keenan underneath the table. That broom is swinging hard. All those little oddment bits going back towards the baskets. She'll sort it as she gets down onto her hands and knees. Rosie Keenan then. Quick look. Little long bits from the short bits. Gathers up another handful. Out goes Rosie Keenan. Give them all a big round of applause, ladies and gentlemen. The Novice Finalists, which will take place at 2 p.m. The Novice Finalists will be Stephen Wilson, Ellen Murphy, and Fina Butler. They are our 3 novice wool handlers that will be in the final. Ellen Murphy, Stephen Wilson, and Fina Butler will be in that novice final at 2 p.m.
So we will have somebody to take the scores there. Possibly Jane. I'm not sure who might take down the scores from the first heat of the Open. So I take it we've 2 more heats, Jared, have we? Yes, it looks like 2 wool handers in the next heat. We must have 2 twos left. I think it's the way it's going to be. We will have Katie Reid on table 1 and Rachel Murphy on table 3. That seems to be the way it's going to happen. So there must be 4 wool handers left, and they're going in 2 twos, so there won't be 1 wool hander up there on their own. That's the thing, if you're watching, if a wool hander gets behind, they can place a fleece down on the floor, but that area must be totally clean before they put the fleece down there. But then they have to remember what belly wool belong to that fleece, because the same belly wool must go into that fleece. It can get a bit complicated, but that's what these wool handlers do all day, every day. And it's all about the presentation of wool, looking after the wool properly. And of course, if it was blackies or Herdwick sheep were shearing, the fleece would be thrown the opposite way. So the wool handlers are entitled to have a quick look at their sheep. We have the fleece baskets and oddbent trays there ready. And once the wool handlers are ready, we are ready to get underway with the next heat of the wool handling, which is heat number 2. It's nice to see a good turnout of wool handlers here. So we've Katie Reid on table number 1 and Rachel Murphy on table number 3. Yes, we've got the thumbs up. The scene is set. We are ready to get underway with the second heat of the open wool handling. Our wool handlers are ready. Katie and Ellen Rachel are ready. Okay, shearers, get on your doors. Shearers on stands 1 and 5, go. Out to come now with the first of the sheep, and once they step up the neck, the shearers on 2 and 6, they will come out with their sheep. Again, 5 fleeces to look after, and you can see that the wool handler stands back until the belly wool comes off, and they can ask the shearer to place the belly wool where suits them best, and once the belly wool is off, the wool handler is engaged, and away to go. It's only when the second shearer comes out and the first throw happens, then the wool handler starts getting busy. It's all about preparing that fleece for to pick it up properly, to get it by the 2 hind legs, to get that proper throw from breech to neck. If you get that right, it makes life a lot easier. And on the table, they're looking for a nice, even, level throw from breech to neck, with no overhang or no lumps of wool. It must be completely flat on the table. If not, you will be penalised on an A4 size. That's what our judges will be looking for. So very, very soon now, you'll see the first of the throws here. Katie Reid on table number 1. Rachel Murphy on table number 3. And the first fleece is just about to be lifted there now on table number 3 and on table 1. Yes, a good throw from Rachel Murphy there. Katie Reid, an equally good throw on table number 1. So there's nothing lost between these wool handlers there so far. And a very quick roll-up happening there on table number 3, Hugh.
Yes, so Rachel Murphy now then, a very, very quick roll from this young lady. She qualified to represent Northern Ireland at that World Championships at the Royal Highland next year in 2023. She's back up to the boards. She had a quick look there. She's not going to miss anything. Flick up a table. Look at that, ladies and gentlemen. And now she's back there waiting for that crutch wool to come out. Not missing a beat, Rachel Murphy, on song at the minute. Flicking that wool in. She's very, very quick on the roll. Katie Reid rolled that fleece up, sends that to be judged. She put a fleece down onto that clean floor, gathers it up, flick up the table. A good throw from Katie Reid. Rachel Murphy bangs that table. Belly wool goes at the leg of the table. They're ready for the crutch. She just flicked her eyes at the wool coming off that next fleece there. Now she starts to gather. Katie Reid is there, ready to gather. That'll go down on the floor for Katie, but it'll come up the table for Rachel Murphy. A little bit of a heavier fleece there for young Rachel Murphy. She dealt with it quite well. She's back, ready, looking to see where that next one is. The last sheep are out onto the board for the shearers now then. So we're going to be getting that stop clock started very, very quickly. Rachel Murphy on the roll-up. Tucks that neckband in. Katie Reid lined the fleece up, fired it up the table. Rachel Murphy there working with the shearer. Now she gathers up fleece number 4. Gather up. Rachel Murphy flicked it up the table. A beautiful throw from Rachel Murphy. And the last sheep being shorn up there now, George.
Yes, the last sheep has been shorn, so it won't be very long now till the wool handler will be against the clock. It's only when the shearers are finished the clock starts for the wool handling. For the first minute, it's a certain score. If it goes after that, you're really heavily penalised with time. Another pick up here from Katie Reid. Another good throw there from Katie Reid. One more fleece to be thrown there. The final fleece will be thrown very shortly with Rachel Murphy on table number 3. The roll-up is on the 4th fleece there for Katie Reid. And the time has started now. So they're against the clock. Every second counts. Rachel Murphy, another brilliant throw. Come on, get behind your favourite wool handler and give them a bit of support. This is a wool handling competition, and they're looking for points to represent the country. Katie Reid back now, picks up a final fleece on table number 1. The roll-up is on for Rachel Murphy. The broom will come out shortly. A good throw from Katie Reid. Something goes into the fleece there. A very quick roll-up. There's very little between them. This is going to go down to the last second. It's all on here. The second heat of the wool handling. The roll-up is finished and the clean-up is about to start, Q.
Yeah, so Rachel Murphy's got that broom in her hand. She's going to really start to flick all those little bits that have come off the fleece down towards those baskets. She'll keep an eye on everything. She won't leave a whisker behind. All those bits then coming back towards those oddments baskets. Down onto the hands and knees of Rachel Murphy. She's going for speed. She's going to represent her country at the World Championships at the Royal Highland. Out goes Rachel Murphy on table number 3. Katie Reid from Scotland. She wants to make it into that team to represent her country at the home World Championships. Down onto the hands and knees for Katie Reid now then. Shakes the long bits from the short bits. Sorting out all the time. Katie Reid down onto the hands and knees. And out she goes. Give them all a big round of applause, ladies and gentlemen.
So I believe we have another heat left in the open wool handling. Yes, one more heat to go, I think. So now our board judges will have the scores. Somebody will take down those scores. And the wool handler has the authority to ask the judge there, and he will have no problem showing the wool handler the score and where it may have been picked up from. So it's all educational, and that helps you for your next wool handling competition. Every day is a learning day. And of course, the fleeces and oddments are gone over there to our table judges, and our oddment judge, you'll be penalised for having good wool in, and where that should be in the fleece, you'll be penalised for that. You'll equally be penalised if you have some wrong wool in the fleece that should be in the oddments, you'll be penalised for that. If there's a wet belly wool or a wrong belly wool goes into the fleece, you'll be penalised for that. So you have all these things. I would imagine we're going to be working on tables 1 and 3. I possibly believe, I'm not too sure. We'll know very, very shortly. So the area can be getting cleaned up and ready so we don't lose too much time. And after that, we'll be into the open semi-finals of the shearing. So I would imagine we're going to be working on tables. Yes, table 1 is going to be Jane Hartnespone. Table 1. And table number 3 will be Joanne Devaney. So those are the final heat of the wool handling. So Jane Hartnespone on table number 1. Joanne Devaney will be on table number 3. Yes, and it's a kind of a team effort here. They can be helped with the clean-up, but once the competition starts, that's the end. The wool handler has to stand on their own 2 feet up there. So Jane Hartness will have a quick look at their sheep. Joanna's having a quick look at their sheep. You can tell the shearers which sheep you might like first, or maybe a bit of variation. In general, they like having them as even as possible. Referee to a pen, yes, to 1. So Jared Kelly is our board referee here for the wool handling. He'll go down and check with Joanne as well, and then we know the scene is set and they will be happy with the sheep they have. Sometimes you can get a bit of fern matter in the fleece of it. In that fleece, which makes that you're starting with a little bit of a disadvantage. So that's why the wool handlers are always mentioned to check their sheep first, which they're the same as the shearers. They're quite entitled to do that. And if they have a problem with the sheep, they'll call the referee and he'll make a very, very quick decision on what's happening there. We have 2 very good wool handlers here this time, Q. A lot of experience.
Yeah, a lot of experience with these wool handlers, and as we've been saying, it's a big year for the shearing world because we will be picking our teams to represent our countries at the Royal Highland Show next year at the World Championship. So if you're looking for something to do next year, towards the end of June, the Royal Highland will be the place to go because the best wool handlers, blade shearers and machine shearers from throughout the world will be there on show for everybody to see at that World Championships. And we are picking our teams. Northern Ireland picked their team earlier in the week. Jane Hartnespone up there will be representing Northern Ireland at her 8th World Championship, which is some sort of record for a wool handler. Jane is represented all over the world. She's probably been round the world twice representing Northern Ireland. And then Joanne Devaney as well up there on table number 3. Joanne has represented the Republic of Ireland at least once. And she will be trying to go again out to the Royal Highland. Well, we've got a thumbs up from the referee, wool handlers. We've got a thumbs up from the referee, so we will start. They've got to put their buckets and baskets in the positions that they want them. Because when they are under pressure, that's all you'll see them do is give that wool a little bit of a flick. They won't even look to where the basket is. That oddment will just fly across the board and land exactly where they want it to. Then when they've got those fleeces rolled, those baskets will be in exactly the right place, and they'll make sure that they land in the right place every time. So it's just hotting up now. They've told the shearers the order that they want those sheep to be shorn. They might want the Lutzer fleeced sheep to be shorn first, get those big fleeces out the way, or they might want the tighter ones first. They're a little bit easier. So it looks like the buckets and baskets are in the right place. The referee has given us the thumbs up. Wool handlers, are you ready to go? Okay, then we'll get underway then with this third heat of the open wool handling. Wool handlers ready, timekeepers ready, shearers 1 and 5 go. Out they come with the first of 5 sheep to be shorn. 5 fleeces to be handled by our very experienced wool handlers there on the boards. Belly wool comes out. That means that the wool handler can start the task. They can get up there onto the boards, and now they can approach the shearer. They've got to make sure that that crutch wool goes out the way, otherwise those judges in the white coats will be penalising them. Out come the second shearers. Now when that first shearer has gone up the neck, the shearers are giving it laldy because they are going to put them under a bit of pressure. Long blow time. On to their work they go now then. Tom Perry will just speed up a little bit. Jane has got the belly wool at the legs of the table. Joanne Devaney has got the belly wool at the legs of the table. They're working alongside with the shearer. It's a team event every day at work. You've got to be working as a team. So the first fleeces are being gathered up, ready to be thrown. Up the table. Who's going to be first? Jane Harkness Bose fired it up the table. Joanne Devaney, a bigger, looser fleece. She just had to float that one up the table. But 2 very, very good throws there, George.
Yes, very good now, and the roll-up is on. If there's any oddments or further matter to come out, it must come out. Then the roll up the fleece, put whatever should be in there. But now they have to be watching what the shearers are doing. If they get behind, they may have to put a fleece on the floor. That's where the pressure really comes on. And then you have to really remember what goes into what fleece and where. So that creates that bit more pressure. You see Joanne now, she puts a fleece on the floor. Jane gets the second throw in, a little bit of an overhang. Maybe 1 to A4s there, she won't mind that. A really good throw there. The last heat of the open wool handling, wanting to make that final. The roll-up is on there with Joanne on table number 3. The second fleece has been rolled by Jane. She's talking there, I don't know what she's saying. Or she might be singing, I'm not too sure. But she's getting that fleece rolled up in a very, very quick time. And then it'll go into the fleece basket. She needs to see what's going on behind her. Joanna's got rolled up as well. She's back right on pace there now as well. She'll be lifting another fleece very, very shortly. She'll have to make up her mind what she's doing. Will she pick up that one where she places the belly wool? Jane is back. She'll be lifting her third fleece very shortly, and that'll be rolled on the table. Yes, you're watching the open wool handling. 2 very experienced wool handlers. A very good throw there from Joanne. A good throw from Jane here. Just that flick and that good throw. Just with her fingers and thumbs. Just releases the fleece at the real right moment. Joanne, the roll-up is on here now. Jane, the roll-up is on. Looks really good here. A lot of excitement, Hugh.
Yeah, so Jane Harkness Bones rolling that fleece. You want it like a sausage roll. Really, really tight, neat and compact. She's even got time to sing to herself. Back to the table runs Jane Harkness Bones. She's there waiting, working in tandem with that shearer. 4th fleece being lifted by Jane. You watch this being flicked up the table. Fires it up the table there, Jane Harkness Bones. Wee Jane on fire. Joanne Devaney got 1 fleece on the floor, but she's got this one ready. Oh, a good throw there from Joanne Devaney from the Republic of Ireland. Jane Harkness Bones on, rolling that fleece. Look at that. Nice, neat, compact, and tight as a drum. She tucks that neck wool in. Joanne Devaney tucking the neck wool in. Jane fires the table because she knows the time is about to start, ladies and gentlemen. Now the pressure is on. Jane Harkness Bones fires it up the table. Rolls that fleece. Joanne Devaney got 2 fleeces left to do. 1 on the top board, 1 on the floor. On a clean floor, she put that fleece. She'll fire this one up the table. A good throw, a little bit of gone over, but those judges, they don't miss anything, George.
No, they certainly don't. And away to go now. And it's all about the presentation of wool. Have no staple of the wool from the outside sticking out. Now the roll-up is on for Joanne, but the clean-up is on for Jane. And the judges will have to step out away quite quickly, or they'll have a little tap on the shin from that broom. Joanne now with 1 more fleece left on the floor. She can get back there very, very quickly. But it's Jane now. Under the table she goes. We'll leave nothing there for the judges. You'll see her very, very shortly get down on her knees, sorting out the different bits of oddments, making sure there's no good wool in there, into the different oddment bins. She's 4 bins to sort out. Now the final fleece is going to be lifted. And it's Jane. Put your hands together for Jane Hartness-Bone. The final throw from Joanne. A really good throw from Joanne Devaney, the Sligo lady, just from under the Ox Mountains there. And she tucks in that fleece. The roll-up will be on, and she'll pick up the broom. Joanne is up there now. A really good roll on there this time. Getting that fleece done properly. Yes, you see what she's doing there now. I'm not going to say, but making sure the judges can't get angry off her. Tucking in the neck wool into the fleece there. The left hand into the fleece basket it goes. Now she'll pick up the broom. Every second counts. Come on, Joanne, keep it going. Get that cleaned up. You're there. If you get the job right, you're still there. And away she goes, getting the shearing area cleaned. Using the hand as well. Down onto the floor now very shortly. Under the table she'll go. Make sure and get it over towards them oddment bins so it's not double time she's going to lose. Under the table, at the end of the table, left hand, right hand, swings around. And you can just see the judge is standing back well there. He's making sure he's not going to get a tap on the shins. Yes, and she's near tapping her own shin there that time. And it's Joanne. Down on the knees she goes now. Sorting out. Every second counts. Go on, Joanne. Keep it going. That's it. And the handle go up. Put your hands together for all our open wool handlers. Well done. And for the shearers for shearing the wool handling, thank you very much.
Yeah, terrific round of the wool handling, ladies and gentlemen. Don't go too far away, because you can see we are packing up the wool tables, and we will be coming back with the open semi-final. 3 rounds of the semi-finals. Heat number 1 will be Ivan Scott, Callum Shaw, Dennis O'Sullivan, Ian Jones, Gilles Grancher. Heat number 2 will be Pierre Grancher, James McCauley, Matt Smith, Ian Montgomery, and Adam Berry. And heat number 3 will be Jack Robinson, Gareth Daniel, Hamish Mitchell, Loic Lagoni, and Stanley Allingham. So don't go too far away. And if all our open shearers could be ready to go, please. As soon as the wool tables are shifted, we will be underway with the open semi-finals.
Yes, testing. We are ready. The names are up. We are ready to get underway with the first of the open semis. We'll get the judges up onto the boards, please. So judges for the open semis. On 6 is Klaus. Number 5, Colin Crowe. 4, Finn Butler. 3, Brian McGaddy. 2, Brian Wilson. Stand number 1 is Tom Dunn. And our spare is Peter Webber. Out the back, Andy Rankin and John Ivor Davis. The referee for the board is David O'Neill. And out the back is Richard Schofield. Okay, judges, come on up to your stands, please. And open shearers, remember, heat 3, you need to be out the back tipping up the sheep. So heat 3 of the open semi, you need to be out the back tipping up the sheep. So remember, we'll find out how many sheep they're shearing very quickly. Judges, onto your stands, please. We have 3 5s here, 15 through to the semi-final of the Open. There might be a couple of shearers that are doing pens, so they won't be able to get out the back. So the people out the back, you need to try and get someone in their place. I know Garrett Daniel won't be able to get out the back because he's doing the pen for Ian Jones, so there will be a couple of cases of that. But you don't have to be a shearer, or if you're just there, anybody out the back to tip up them sheep and help out, because it can be pretty hard going out the back. Okay, we have our judges up there. If we could have the shearers onto their stands, please. On stand at number 5, we have the French shearer, Gillis Granger. On to stand at number 4, it's Dennis O'Sullivan. On to 3, we have Ivan Scott. Callum Shaw on stand number 2. And on stand number 1, it's Ian Jones. Brian, how many? 8 sheep. 8 sheep. So this will be a good test. The shearers are shearing 8 sheep each here. The first of the open semi-finals. We've seen some great shearing here with a big lineup of open shearers earlier on this morning. Now the top 15 have got through to the open semis. 8 sheep each to shear. So quick look at the sheep, handpieces on, and when we get the thumbs up from the referee, we'll be ready to get on the way. Even some from the second heat, we certainly need shearers out the back to tip up the sheep. You have to arrange among yourselves or get somebody else to go out and do it for you. We need help out the back to tip up the sheep, please. There'll be 40 sheep there to be tipped over quite quickly, so you need some help out the back. Arrange among yourselves. Referee to 1, please. Referee to 1. You can be just a helper, another shearer or a friend. Get out the back and help tip up these sheep, because there's 40 sheep must be tipped up very, very quickly for the first of the open semis.
So, this is semi-final part 1. There are 3 parts to today's semi-final. Eight sheep in the pens. It's going to be a big cut to go from 15 down to 6. So they're going to have to really throw the kitchen sink at it now to make it into that top 6 in the final. Our judges are primed and ready to go. Our shearers are primed and ready to go. And we will be underway. So we've got a cracking lineup from the get-go. And all is good in the world because Jonesy has found a belt. So a cracking lineup up there for the first heat. We're waiting for a thumbs up from our referee. Where's Davy O'Neill? No, he was still waiting at the second. So we've got a cracking lineup, ladies and gentlemen. On stand number 1, we have Ian Jones, who has represented Wales at the World Championships. He is also a British record holder, the 2-stand 9-hour lamb record. Stand number 2, we have Callan Shaw, who is the team world champion alongside Gavin Much. Ivan Scott has represented the Republic of Ireland. He is a world record holder, a master shearer. Dennis O'Sullivan has represented the Republic of Ireland, and Gilles Grancher from France. We have a thumbs up from the referee, shearers. We are ready to go. Shearers on your doors. Timekeepers ready. Judges ready. Shearers go. And they rip the doors off the hinges. Out they come with the first of 8 sheep. Johnny Patterson, press that button. Into the back leg they go, all the way along the line. Who's it going to be? It's the Scotsman, Callum Shaw, up the neck. Ivan Scott, up the neck. Dennis O'Sullivan, up the neck. Ian Jones is into that first front shoulder. Gilles Grancher is into that first front shoulder. Who's the first to step over? It's a little hard man from 100 House. Ian Jones has got to the turn. He's coming down the last side, leading the field, but he is being chased down by Callum Shaw, Ivan Scott, Dennis O'Sullivan. Out the hind leg they go, along the line. Who's going to be the first to drop? It's Ivan Scott, the flying Irishman there on stand number 3.
Yes, and there's the Frenchman there now putting in the finisher touches. Them first sheep are dropped out in a very, very fast time. It's Sheila Granger from France now. He comes out with number 2 on the board, but it's already Ivan Scott on the undermine. He steps up the neck and away he goes. Closely followed by Dennis O'Sullivan, Ian Jones and Callum Shaw, the Scotsman. Up the neck goes Ivan there, but remember, it's not necessarily the fastest competitor that will get through or be deemed the winner. The Frenchman into the first hind leg there on stand number 5. A bit of a wriggle there with Dennis, settles her down and away he goes again. He's picked up the lead there now on stand number 4. Just a blow or 2 ahead of Ivan. Ian Jones right on his tail. Callum Shaw, the Scotsman as well. He's about to get the turn. Who's going to turn first this time? It's Callum Shaw. It's Dennis O'Sullivan, a blow ahead of him. Down the last side he comes. But the lead could change many, many times before we get to the 8th sheep here. Down and out the back leg goes Dennis O'Sullivan, Ian Jones, Callum Shaw and Ivan Scott, the Frenchman there as well. But it's Dennis O'Sullivan this time, Hugh.
Yeah, so Dennis O'Sullivan goes in and out with sheep number 3. Ivan Scott in and out for 3. Callum Shaw for 3. Ian Jones for 3. Where's Gilles Grancher, the Frenchman, coming down the last side on sheep number 2, the quality Frenchman there. In to the pen, he will go in the next blow. Dennis O'Sullivan and Ivan Scott, 2 shearers that have represented the Republic of Ireland, climb up the neck together. but they have been reeled in this time by Ian Jones and Callum Shaw, the Welshman, the Scotsman, the two Irishmen, dropping down into those long blows. Oversteps Dennis O'Sullivan, oversteps Callum Shaw, Ian Jones, Ivan Scott. The four men on 1, 2, 3, 4, really blowing down that last side now then. Who's going to be the first underneath that hind leg? It could be Callum Shaw, the young fella from Scotsman. He's a world champion round the top of the tail. And Callum Shaw fires that sheep into the pen. In he goes for sheep number 4 there, George.
Yes, that's it. And it's Ian Jones now on 1. He comes out as well with his 4 sheep. Dennis O'Sullivan is out there. And the Frenchman, Julius there. He gets the turn for home and down the last side. Very little between these competitors. On stands 1, 2, 3, and 4. They're all under 4 sheep, so it's 4s all the way. Ivan Scott on the undermine, as is Callum Shaw, Ian Jones, but it's Ivan Scott first up the neck there this time. Closely followed by Callum Shaw, Ian Jones. Dennis O'Sullivan on the undermine. He steps through and up the neck. Down and out the back leg goes Yellowster, the Frenchman. Sends that sheep away down the porthole. If he could get her down there. But Ian Jones now pumping in the blows. Who's going to get the turn? Ivan Scott gets the turn. Down to the shoulder and down the last side he comes. Ian Jones is right there with him. It's blow for blow. Stands 1, 2, and 3 at the moment. Who's going to get the drop first this time? It looks like Ivan. Down to the flank and out the back leg he goes. 1, 2. Ivan Scott out with number 5 on the board, too.
Yeah, so Ivan Scott brings out 5 to the board. He's a world record holder, an Irish record holder, a master shearer. He brings out sheep number 5 first. In goes Dennis O'Sullivan for 5. Gilles Grancher dropping into the front shoulder of 4. The men on 1, 2, and 3 still locked in battle. Up that undermine. Up the neck goes Ivan Scott. Up the neck will go Ian Jones and Callum Shaw together. Callum just pipped Ian Jones. Ivan Scott rocking and rolling down into the long blows. He steps that long, lean leg over on the long blows. He gets to the turn. And Ivan Scott is coming down around the shoulder, down the last side. Comes the man from the Republic of Ireland around that hind leg. He really knows the way to peel these sheep. Into the pen for sheep number 6 goes Ivan Scott there, George.
Yes, it's Ivan Scott with 6 on the board, but Ian Jones, Callum Shaw is next there, and Ian Jones only a second between him. Callum Shaw is out with 6 on the board. Ian Jones comes out with 6. Dennis O'Sullivan right back on the pace as well. He's back with 6 on the board as well. The Frenchman is up the neck there on 5, I believe. Up and around the back of the head he goes, drops down to that first shoulder. But it's Ivan Scott. But Callum Shaw, the Scotsman, he's picked the lead up this time. He's a real flyer and he's making full use of her. Down in the long blow, Ivan Scott drops into the first shoulder, a different type of sheep. Up the neck and dropping into the first shoulder is Ian Jones. But it's Callum Shaw, gets the turn down to the shoulder and down the last side he comes here. On stand number 2, right down to the flank and out the back leg, being pushed all the way by Ivan Scott. But it's going to be Callum Shaw this time with a change of lead. Down the porthole, and he comes out with number 7.
But there's still 2 sheep left to do, ladies and gentlemen. It could all change in a kick. Out comes Ivan Scott with 7. Callum Shaw taking the belly wool off 7. Ian Jones goes in for 7. Dennis O'Sullivan coming down the last side of 6. Gilles Grancher up the undermine of 6. But it's still the 2 men on 2 and 3 locked in battle. We've got a new leader again because Ivan Scott is hitting the straps again. Ivan Scott up the neck and into that front shoulder. Callum Shaw up the neck and into the front shoulder. Ian Jones has got a peeler. Down into the long blows they go together. 1, 2, 3. Ivan steps, Ian steps, Callum steps, Ivan turns. Ian Jones will turn, Callum Shaw will turn. Down the last side they come. Round underneath that front leg comes Ivan Scott. All those hundreds of thousands of sheep worth of experience. Out comes Ivan Scott with sheep number 8 there, George.
Yes, 8 on the board. On his tail is Callum Shaw and Ian Jones. Up the neck on 7 goes Dennis O'Sullivan. But the final sheep on the board on stands 1, 2 and 3. The Frenchman is up the neck there on 7 with 1 more left in the pen. What a semi-final with 2 more legs of it to go. Dennis down in the long blow. Up the neck goes Ivan Scott. Up the neck goes Callum Shaw. On the undermine is Ian Jones. But as Ivan Scott drops into the first shoulder, about 2 blows between himself and Callum Shaw. About to step over with the right now is Ivan Scott. He's about to get the turn. Down the last side comes Dennis. Down to the shoulder comes Ivan Scott. Stepping over is Callum Shaw. Down into the first shoulder, Ian Jones. But it's Ivan Scott down to the flank, being pushed all the way by Callum Shaw. Out the back leg goes Ivan Scott. 1, 2. His time is taken. Put your hands together for Ivan Scott.
Out will go Callum Shaw there on stand number 2, the Scotsman. The Welshman comes out. He puts the finishing touches. Out goes Ian Jones on stand number 1. And then we've got another battle going on up here on stands 4 and 5. Dennis O'Sullivan from the Republic of Ireland. Gilles Grancher from France. Long blow time. They step over together. This is going to be a really close finish as the 2 men are coming down the last side. A Frenchman and an Irishman. Underneath that front leg, down to the hind leg. They're still blow for blow. Locked in battle. Who's going to be the first to hit the button? They're going to hit the button together, ladies and gentlemen. Give them a big round of applause. So Gilles had a bit of a smile there.
Remember, Shears, you're out the back tipping up the sheep. If you're not doing a pen, you're out the back tipping up the sheep for the next leg of the semi-final.
Heat number 2 at the bottom of the steps, please. There's a lot of wool just come off in a very, very short period of time, ladies and gentlemen. 40 sheep shorn in about 8.5 minutes. And that's a lot of wool coming off. So the wool has been tidied up, been around, has shorn a lot of sheep. And then on stand number 2 semi-final. So when we get the thumbs up from our referee, David O'Neill, we will get our 2nd semi-final underway. As I said earlier, we have got 15 shearers in this semi-final. We will then go down to 6 into that final. And those shearers, ladies and gentlemen, will be among the best in the world. This could be a terrific final, building up in this big lead up to the World Championships next year. So Davy O'Neill then gives the thumbs up. We are ready to start, shearers. Shearers on your doors. Timekeepers ready. Judges ready. Shearers go. So the 2nd semi-final underway. We are going to go hammer and tongs. They've seen that first heat. Semi-final part 1 has been and gone. Semi-final part 2 underway. They're stroking the wool off. Who's the first to show a little bit of pace? Up the neck they go all the way along the line. Adam Berry on 1, the Englishman. The Cumbrian on 1. Matt Smith, originally from New Zealand, now is fighting to make it into that English team. On stand number 2, Pierre Grancher, the Frenchman, on 3. James Macaulay, the Northern Ireland shearer, on 4. And Ian Montgomery, another Northern Ireland shearer, on 5. But it's Matt Smith, the world record holder, in and out in 47 seconds, George.
Yes, this is not going to take too long. Adam Berry down and out the back like he goes. What is Ian Montgomery? He's out there with 2 on the board. Shearing on 5. And it's the Frenchman, Piercy. He's out there as well. Out with number 2. And Jimmy Macaulay. That one is heading away down the porthole, and he's out with 2 all competitors now with our second sheep on the board. It's already Matt Smith up the neck there. The belly will comes off, and into the undermine is Ian Montgomery. He steps through and up the neck. Matt Smith into the first shoulder. The Frenchman into the first hind leg. Jimmy McCauley is there. And Adam, he's about to step through and up the neck, but it's already Matt Smith. A little wriggle gets the turn and heads her home and down the last side. And he'll have this sheep gone down the porthole in a very quick time. Steps back with the left, under the shoulder, down to the flank. Out the back leg goes Matt Smith now. 1, 2, 3 blows. Down the porthole she goes. And Matt Smith is out with 5 on the board in 1:46.
Yeah, I know Matt Smith's fast, but he hasn't shown 99 sheep yet, ladies and gentlemen. Off comes the belly wool for Matt Smith. On sheep number 3, he's setting the pace in a cracking semi-final. Out the hind leg goes Monty, he goes in for 3. Jimmy McCauley will go in for 3. Adam Berry, the big bear of a Cumbrian, he goes in for 3. Pierre Grancher will go in. Now they're hotting up. Matt Smith now flat tack on those long blows. The man there from the Northland of New Zealand, originally from Ruai, now down there in Launceston. Down the last side comes Matt Smith, round that hind leg. There'll be 2 little fellas in Cornwall shouting I'm him on as he goes around the top of the tail. Matt Smith goes in and out for sheep number 4. Belly Wool flies out for Pierre Grancher. Adam Berry on the long blows. Adam Berry chasing Matt Smith as hard as he can go. But already the belly wool comes out for Matt Smith on sheep number 4. Up the undermine goes Matt Smith, and he's about to climb up that neck there, George.
Yes, he certainly is. Up the neck he goes now. Make sure you have those numbers right, please. And Pierre Granger, the Frenchman, he's about to get the turn and head down the last side. Out the back leg goes Jimmy McCauley. Ian Montgomery is there. He's out the back leg. But it's Matt Smith already down the long blows, gets the turn and heads her home. Down the last side. Out comes Jimmy McCauley. He's out there. Adam Berry is out with 4 on the board. Just pushed a number there on Matt Smith's pen. Out the back leg he goes a 4. He'll be very soon in for sheep number 5. Down the porthole she goes, the Frenchman. But it's Matt Smith it is. Down the porthole she goes, and he comes out with sheep number 5 on the board. Push those pen numbers, please, on Matt's pen. That's it. 3, 4, and 5, and he's on his 5th sheep there. Jimmy McCauley. Jamie McCauley is down into the long blow. The Frenchman is up the neck. Ian Montgomery is up there as well. Adam Berry gets the turn for home. Down to the shoulder and down the last side he comes there on stand number 1. But it's already Matt Smith up the neck and around the back of the head. On 2. Here's 5th sheep on the board with 3 more in the pen. Drops into that first shoulder. Down into the long blows. Out the back leg goes Adam Berry. Down the last side comes Pierre Grancher, the Frenchman. Out the back leg he goes. Jimmy McCauley is there. Down in the long blows, Ian Montgomery. But it's the Frenchman. He's really flying now. And Jimmy McCauley is there as well. But it's already Matt Smith. Down to the flank he goes. Out the back leg now with 3 more blows. He'll send that sheep away, and he'll be in and out with sheep number 6 for Matt Smith, Hugh.
Yes, so Matt Smith, then the world record holder, 731 ewes in a 9-hour day, has got sheep number 6 out onto the board, and we've only been going for 4.5 minutes. Up the undermine goes Matt Smith. Adam Berry on the long blows. Pierre Grancher right up his tail. Ian Montgomery's got the belly wool off 5. James McCauley off the belly into the front shoulder of 5. Adam Berry down the last side of 5. Pierre Grancher out the last leg of 5. Matt Smith, though, steps over on sheep number 6, keeping that comb flat, full, and flowing. Round the shoulder comes Matt Smith. Underneath the front leg, out the hind leg goes Matt Smith now then. 2 more full blows. 5.5 minutes coming up, and sheep number 6 is flying down the portal. Out he comes with sheep number 7, George. 1 left in the pen.
Just 1 left in the pen now. The Frenchman, Perry, he's up the neck as well. Jimmy McCauley is out down the last side. Comes Ian Montgomery. Adam Berry is up the neck. Into the first hind leg goes Matt Smith with 1 more left in the pen. What a semi-final with 1 more leg to go. On the undermine is Matt Smith. Steps up the neck. Jimmy McCauley on the undermine. Out comes Ian Montgomery there. Adam Berry, a bit of a wriggle down in the long blow. Gets the turn for home. Down the last side he comes. Already Matt Smith down the long blow. The Frenchman gets the turn for home on 6. Down to the shoulder and down the last side he comes. Matt Smith gets the turn as well, but he's a sheep ahead at the moment. Steps back with the left. Right down to the flank he goes. Out the back leg goes Matt Smith. 1, 2, 3 blows, and he'll be in for his 8th and final sheep. Give him a big cheer as he comes out with his final sheep on the board.
Yeah, so Matt Smith now then, his 8th and final sheep on the board. Adam Berry up the undermine of 7. Ian Montgomery on the long blows of 6. James McCauley puts the finishing touches to 6. Pierre Grancher up the undermine of 7. Adam Berry up the neck on 7. Matt Smith up the neck on 8. And he's kept the peeler till last. 6 minutes, 45 seconds, and he's dropping into the front shoulder on sheep number 8. He's gone for gold. He's gone early, and it's paid off, ladies and gentlemen. Matt Smith is going to get to the turn. He's put a sheep around the rest of the field. Down the last side comes Adam Berry on 7. Matt Smith, though, is coming down the last side on 8. Huffing and puffing as that handpiece goes around the top of the tail. And out goes Matt Smith. Give him a big round of applause.
Adam Berry now with his final sheep on the board. And the Frenchman Piercy, he's down to the flank and down the back leg with one more left in the pen. Jimmy McCauley down the last side of 7. He down to the long blows, Ian Montgomery. But it's going to be the Frenchman will be next in for his 8th and final sheep there. Shearing on stand number 3. Out, watch that sheep, well done. Down the portholes he goes. And he comes out now with his final sheep on the board. Jimmy McCauley out with number 8. Ian Montgomery down and out the back leg. He'll be soon in for his 8th and final sheep as well. What a leg here. The middle leg of the open semis. Turning for home is Adam Berry. Down to the shoulder he comes, and down the last side is Adam Berry now. Right down to the flank and out the back leg he goes. About 4 more blows, and he'll drop that sheep down the board hole. Push the button, and his time will be taken. Adam Berry it is there on stand number 1. Well done. Now with the Frenchman, Pierce Granger. Down to the shoulder comes the Frenchman here. And Jimmy McCauley, they're locked together. A real battle here on stands 3 and 4. But it's going to be the Frenchman. Put your hands together for him there on stand number 3. Well done. Out the back leg goes Jimmy McCauley. Out the back leg he goes now. 1, 2 more blows, and he'll push the button. Well done. He's out there as well. And Ian Montgomery, he's right there with him. Down to the flank and out the back leg goes Ian. 1, 2, 3 more blows, and Ian will be there. Put your hands together for another good second leg of the open semi. Well done. Don't forget, Shearers, you're out the back tipping up the sheep for the last of the open semis. You're out the back tipping up the sheep for the last of the open semis.
Open wool handlers. I have been handed the list for the open wool handling finalists. The top qualifier into that open wool handling final, Jane Harkness Bones, Audrey Aiken, and Rachel Murphy. So we have the 2 Northern Ireland representatives in that big open wool handling final. So Jane Harkness Bones, Audrey Aiken, and Rachel Murphy are in the open wool handling final. Okay then, the semi-final part 3. This is the last chance saloon. They know what they've got to do to make it into that final. They've got to go a little bit faster, a little bit cleaner than everybody else to ensure that they are in that final. Again, a brilliant lineup of shearers from the Northern Hemisphere, from anywhere in the world on these boards. we have Loic Lagoni on stand number 1 from France. We have Gareth Daniel. He's a British record holder, a master shearer there from Wales, represented Wales at World Championships many times on stand number 2. Referee to stand number 2, please. We have Jack Robinson. Referee to stand number 3, please. Jack Robinson from Northern Ireland, represented Northern Ireland at World Championship level there on stand number 3. He won the Royal Ulster Championship on Thursday. Then on stand number 4, we have another master shearer in Hamish Mitchell. He has represented his country many times at World Championship level. He had a bit of a turn health-wise earlier in the year, and it's brilliant to see him back up there on those boards. And he will be going hell for leather. You can be sure of that. Referee to stand number 1, please. And to stand number 3. Stanley Allingham on stand number 5. Irish record holder, represented his country. And a real good egg, Stanley. He'll be really fighting tooth and nail to make it into that team to represent the Republic of Ireland next year at the World Championships at the Royal Highland. So, cracking lineup once again. Very, very good shearers in front of us. The referee, judge to stand number 1, please. Oh, and stand number 2. The shearers have the right to ask that referee judge if they don't think that that sheep is on the level playing field with everybody else. They have the right to ask for a change of sheep. It might have a bit of sand in the back. It might be very, very tight-coated. It might be lame. It might have a little bit of fly. So they can ask for the judge to change that sheep. And then our referee judge, Davy O'Neill, is the man from Del Monte. And you'll be hoping that he says yes. So they're just having a look now. The referee judge will give us a thumbs up when everybody is happy so that everybody is good to go. And this last semi-final, semi-final number 3. And then we will be going down to the top 6 this afternoon in that final. As well as that, we have the 6 nations. The 2 best competitors from each of the home nations. England, Scotland, Republic of Ireland, Northern Ireland, Scotland, and France will be on show this afternoon. So we got the 2 best from every country in front of us, and it will be a hell of a spectacle. So we're just waiting for the thumbs up from Davy O'Neill, our referee, and then we will get our shearers lined up on the doors, rearing to go. So the shearers is just settling. I think we're looking for another sheep. As soon as Davy O'Neill gives us the thumbs up, we will be underway. So our shearers are ready to go. We have a thumbs up from the referee. We will make a start, shearers. Shearers on your doors. Timekeepers ready. Judges ready. Shearers go. So this is the semi-final part 3. They want to make it into that big final this afternoon. A cracking lineup. We have a Frenchman, Loic Lagoni, on stand at number 1. He's a real up-and-coming prospect, represented France. He's really into it, that young fella. Then we got Gareth Daniel, represented Wales many, many times. On stand number 2, he's a British record holder, a master shearer. He's dropping down to the shoulder. Then we have Jack Robinson, Captain Jack there, on stand number 3. He's got to the turn. He's coming down the last side. The Royal Ulster champion is leading the field there on stand number 3. Hamish Mitchell, the big lanky looking from Skye, is coming underneath the front leg, but Jack Robinson dropped that first sheep in 49 seconds. Stanley Allingham goes in. In goes Gareth Daniel. Hamish Mitchell will go in. In goes Louis Lagoni. What a lineup we have here, George.
Yes, done a way to go now. It's Hamish Howitt, number 2 on the board. Stanley is out there as well. Up the neck goes Jack there. And it's Gareth Daniel. Don't forget to push the button there, Ian, when you get a chance on Garrett's pen. And it's Louis Lagoni, the Frenchman. He's on the undermine. But it's already Jack Robinson. Drops down to the first shoulder, down into the long blow. Hamish pops up the neck there. Stanley is up there as well. Gareth Daniel drops down. But it's still Jack Robinson gets the turn and heads her home and down the last side. The Frenchman down into the long blow on stand number 1. But it's Jack Robinson all the way at the moment. Down to the flank he goes without that back leg. Hamish pumping in those long blows. Gareth Daniel turns her home. Stanley is down the last side. But it's Jack Robinson out the back leg, down the board hole, and out he comes with number 3 on the board there, Q.
Yeah, so Jack Robinson, Captain Jack, has hit the turbo button, ladies and gentlemen. He's got the quality to go with the speed. In goes Hamish Mitchell, Stanley Allingham, and Louis Lagoni. So it's Gareth Daniel and Jack Robinson. Up the neck hops Jack Robinson. Gareth Daniel. They know their way. They've shown against each other for many, many years. Up and into the front shoulder they go on 2 and 3. Jack Robinson, he'll sling that slingy leg over. Gareth Daniel will stamp that leg over. Hamish Mitchell is getting quicker and quicker. Stanley Allingham is getting quicker. Louis Lagoni there on 1 is getting quicker. But it's still the men on 2 and 3 as Jack Robinson has hit that turbo as he scalps down that last side. Round the top of the tail, in goes Jack Robinson for sheep number 4 there, George.
Yes, 4 on the board now. Gareth Daniel is pushing them all the way there on 2. Turning for home is Hamish on stand number 4. Down the last side comes Louis there, the Frenchman, stand number 1. And down the last side comes Stanley as well. He's on stand number 5. Was already Jack Robinson into the first hind leg there. Pumping in those blows now. A couple of big sweeping blows up the undermine. He steps through and up the neck now on his 4th sheep. Gareth Daniels on his 4th sheep. There's just about 2 blows between stands 2 and 3 at the moment. Louis Lagoni, the Frenchman, he's out with 4 on the board as well. Hamish, the belly will comes off. The belly will comes off for Stanley. They go into the first hind leg together. There's another real battle on there on stands 4 and 5. Up the neck goes Hamish. Up the neck goes Stanley. But it's Jack already gets the turn. Down to the shoulder and down the last side he comes there. Stand number 3 for Jack. Down to the flank and down he goes. Gareth Daniel, he's pushed them all the way. The Welshman down to the flank. Jack Robinson out the back leg. 1, 2 blows down the board hole, and he comes out with number 5 on the board.
Yeah, so Jack Robinson, he says, this is my show. You've come here to party. Off comes the belly wolf of Jack. Gareth Daniel. Those big shoulders are really going to have to work because Jack Robinson, the little local man, has got the bit between his teeth. Gareth Daniel has got years of experience, so he can wheel when he needs to. Jack Robinson hops up the neck there on stand number 3. Louis Lagoni puts the finishing touches. Hamish Mitchell ripped the belly wool out. Into that back leg he goes. But Stanley Allingham is right up there with him. Up the neck they go together on 4 and 5. But it's Captain Jack Robinson there on stand number 3. Down the last side he comes. Underneath the front leg, he says, sit still, you tart. Round that hind leg comes Jack Robinson. Round that back leg. He's got 3 left in the pen. And he'll be hoping he'll have done enough. But the rest of the field are chasing hard. Round that last side comes Gareth Daniel. Hamish Mitchell is getting bigger and bigger as he goes. Look at him. Those big long arms and legs are pumping hard. Stanley Allingham just sliding in the slipstream. In goes Stanley. In goes Gareth Daniel. In goes Hamish Mitchell. Louis Lagoni is turned for home. But already Captain Jack Robinson round into that front shoulder. He means business. The little local man wants to make his local final there, George.
Yes, certainly does. Down to the shoulder he comes, and down the last side comes Jack. Up the next steps, Garrett. Louis Lagoni out the back leg he goes on 4. He's in now for sheep number 5. That might be one more. Out the back leg goes Jack Robinson there. Hamish down into the first shoulder. But it's Jack it is. He comes out with number 7 on the board and one more left in the pen. Hamish on 6. Down in the long blow. He's coming back. But it's already Stanley. He's got to turn it down the last side. Make sure those pen numbers are right. Down to the flank and out the back leg goes Stanley. And I think there might be another sheep on that counter there. Do a check on it, Ivan, when you're ready. I'm not sure. Maybe it's okay. It's Hamish. Down and out the back leg he goes. It's Jack Robinson on the undermine. Out comes Garrett Daniel. There's not a lot between stands 2 and 3. But it's still Jack that leads the field at the moment with one more left in the pen. Out comes Hamish. He's 7 on the board now. The belly well comes off for Stanley. A couple of big sweeping blows up the undermine for Stanley, and then he'll be up the neck. Down in the long blow is Jack. Up the neck goes Garrett, and it's the Frenchman, Louis Lagoni. Out the back leg he goes, and he'll be in for another sheep. Turning for home is Jack Robinson there now on stand number 3. Down to the shoulder and down the last side he comes. Hamish steps through and up the neck. Down in the long blow is Garrett Daniel, but it's out the back leg goes Jack Robinson. He'll be very soon in for his 8th and final sheep. Come on, give him a big cheer as he goes in for his final sheep on stand number 3.
Yeah, so Jack Robinson, the man from Northern Ireland, round the belly will he goes. Gareth Daniels got quicker and quicker. Gareth Daniel, the Welshman from Mcconnell, he's about to go in. Daniels, the magician, has timed his run to perfection. Jack Robinson says, don't you dare kick. Up the neck and into that front shoulder. In goes Stanley Anningham for sheep number 8. Hamish Mitchell down the last side of 7. But already Captain Jack Robinson has hit warp speed on the long blows. But he's going to have to stick to his guns because here comes Daniels into that front shoulder. Gareth Daniel is chasing hard with every muscle and sinew. But Jack Robinson, the local man, ladies and gentlemen, round the top of the tail. Out goes Jack Robinson. Gareth Daniel made up a lot of time. Gareth Daniel, the magician from Machanteth. Out goes Gareth Daniel on stand number 2.
Yes, and now we have Stanley, we have Hamish, and we have Louis there. Stands 1, 4, and 5 as they battle it out. But as Stanley it is, he's got the turn for home. Down to the shoulder and down the last side he comes. Being pushed all the way by Louis there on stand number 1. Hamish gets the turn as well. This is going to be a real good finish here. Stands 1, 4, and 5. Who's it going to be? It could be the Frenchman. No, it's Stanley. Just a blow ahead of the Frenchman. And Hamish just out the back leg goes Hamish. 2 more blows for Hamish, and he'll be there as well. The last of the open semis. Put your hands together for all the open semi-finalists. Well done.
Okay, ladies and gentlemen, we are now going to break for lunch, and we will be starting back at 1:30 with the Six Nations competition. As soon as we get the list of finalists for the Open, we will let you know who will be into that Open final. But we will be having a lunch break until 1:30. Then we will be back with the Six Nations. And then following on from that, we will have the wool handling finals. Then we'll have the Open final. So a terrific afternoon of competition to finish off the Royal Ulster Show. So don't go too far away. And we will be back ready to start promptly at 1:30. Well, ladies and gentlemen, welcome back to the Morris McGahey shearing stand here at the Royal Ulster. The next event starting at around 1:30 will be the Six Nations machine shearing competition. So if you can see an empty seat, go and grab it very quickly, because we will have the best machine shearers representing Northern Ireland, the Republic of Ireland, England, Scotland, Wales and France competing this afternoon for that Six Nations trophy. So we will see the 12 best shearers in the Northern Hemisphere representing their countries up there on those boards. So if you can see an empty seat, go and sit in it. Or if you can see somebody that you know, go and sit on their lap, because this is going to be some sparks this afternoon. If Mr. James Delagi is around, if you'd like to come down to the front, please. Our sponsor, James Delagi. So James Delagi is in the area, and he could come down to the front of the shearing shed, please, as the sponsor of the Six Nations. And then very, very shortly we will be underway with that Six Nations machine shearing final. The Six Nations are the Republic of Ireland, Northern Ireland, Scotland, England, Wales and France. And we have those best shearers representing their countries have made it over to the Royal Ulster. And they will be fighting hammer and tongs in that Six Nations final to take that trophy back to their countries. And in that lineup as well, you've got a very, very able team from Northern Ireland. And all of those shearers, of course, are the best at what they do. So we won't be very long, and we will be starting on with the Six Nations. If anybody has lost an iPhone, I've been handed in an iPhone on the commentary point, so if anybody has lost an iPhone, if you can unlock the screen in front of us, then we will... If you come and unlock the screen in front of us, you've got to remember your number now.
Panic is over, panic is over.
You can go back to the bar now. Well, the scene is getting set, ladies and gentlemen. You can see Willie Jones, on behalf of Lister Shearing, just oiling up the machines, ready to go. Because when the pressure will come on, those machines and droppers will be working overtime. We have the Six Nations machine shearing final just about to start. If Mr. James Delagi, if Jimmy Delagi is around, if he could come down to the front, please.
10 sheep in each pen marked. So the first shearer must shear the marked sheep.
Okay. There'll be 10 sheep in each pen mark, and the first shearer must shear the pen mark sheep first.
Do all the shearers know that? It'd be easier to tell the managers at the bottom of the stage. I'll ask them to come and see you. Could the team managers for the Six Nations, could you come and talk to Gerard Kelly, please? And Bruce Lang, if you'd like to come across the front, we have a seat waiting for you. So the team managers then are talking to Gerard Kelly. I don't know if they've done a draw on that. Have they, Rachel? Rachel Murphy, have they done a draw yet? No. So the team managers will need to come to the front to the Murphy girls. So the team managers will now draw for their stands. So the team managers just lining up there. Tom Dunn, the Republic of Ireland manager. Gerard Kelly, the Northern Ireland manager. Peter Webber, the English manager. Klaus Kiffer, the French manager. Andy Rankin, the Scottish manager. And John Ivor Davis, the Welsh manager. So they will draw for the stands. The shearers, there are 10 marked sheep in the pens. Those 10 marked sheep must be shorn first. It is a team of 2. I believe they're shearing 20 sheep. The first shearer will shear, then the second shearer will shear. And it will be the combined total at the end of the competition. The lowest score will win. So 10 marked sheep must be shorn by the first shearer. They'll have their order that they will be shearing in. Just as in a game of rugby, we have finishers, and some shearers will be a bit quicker off the mark, some will finish stronger, and the team managers, of course, will know the strengths of their team. So I can see Jimmy Delagi now has turned up, our sponsor for the Six Nations is James Delagi Farm Supplies. And I'm sure that they will see a real spectacle.
There's individuals, there's best pen, and there's team trophies. So
And there is a trophy for the best pen. There's a trophy for the best individual. And there is a trophy for the best team. So the draw has been made, ladies and gentlemen, and I'm sure when we get these teams up onto that stage, you will give them a very warm welcome. The two best shearers from each country, and they are going to be battling up there on those boards. Every team wants to take that Six Nations trophy back to their country. And all the other 5 nations will be fighting tooth and nail.
Testing, testing, 1, 2. Testing, testing, 1, 2.
So we're just waiting for the names to go up onto the stands so that we know where each country will be positioned. We need 6 tipper-uppers out the back. 6 shearers to go and tip up sheep out the back, please. Because 120 sheep are going to be going down those portholes in a very, very quick time. Okay then, we will invite our judges to the boards. No, we'll get the teams up to the boards. Our teams will come up, ladies and gentlemen. Give them a warm welcome, a very warm Royal Ulster welcome as they come up onto the stage. To stand number 6, Wales. John Ivor Davis, the manager. The shearers are Ian Jones and Gareth Daniel.
And on to stand number 5, the home team, the host team, Northern Ireland. Their manager, Jared Kelly, the shearers, Jack Robinson and Tom Perry.
To stand number 4, the Republic of Ireland. The team manager, Tom Dunn. The shearers are Ivan Scott and Dennis O'Sullivan.
On to stand number 3, we have the English team.
Peter Webber, Adam Berry and Stuart Connor, ladies and gentlemen. To stand number 2, Team Scotland. Andy Rankin is the manager. The shearers are Callum Shaw and Hamish Mitchell.
On to stand number 1, we have the French team.
And the team manager is Klaus Kiffer. These shearers are Louis Lagoni and Gilles Grancher. Pierre Grancher, one of the Granchers. If we need the other one, he'll come up as well. Give them all a big round of applause, ladies and gentlemen. Thank you, managers. The managers will now come down off the boards. They will be involved in the judging. They leave their teams on the boards. The shearers, one will be in the pen. Then we will have a changeover halfway through. And now, George, we'll invite our judges to the board.
Yes, and our judges onto the boards for the Six Nations. On to stand number 6, it's Tom Dunn. Stand number 5, Brian McGatty. On 4, we have Richard Schofield. 3, Klaus Clifford. 2, Colin Crowe. Stand number 1, Peter Webber. And the spare judge is Finn Butler. Judging out the back is Brian Wilson and Andy Rankin. The referee out the back, John Ivor Davis. And the referee on the board, Mr. Davy O'Neill.
As you can see now then, ladies and gentlemen, one team member will start out on the board. They will set the stage for the second shearer. They will shear 10 sheep each. So 20 sheep final, the first of the afternoon. There are 10 marked sheep in the pen that the first shearer will shear. Then we'll have the handover, the changeover, and then the second team member will come out. You'll see this is a team event. They will work as a team. They will set the stage as a team, and they will battle as a team. We have got a terrific lineup there. We have record holders. We have world champions, Irish champions, and it is going to be some sort of tussle. Don't be afraid to give them a good cheer on, ladies and gentlemen. They used to allow radio in the shed every day. The louder you cheer, the faster they will go. And we could see a terrific time because these sheep are terrific sheep. A credit to the farmer and to everybody that's organized this show. We are waiting for a thumbs up from our referee. That is like the green light going on the Grand Prix. And when he goes, sticks his thumb up in the air, we will rev these engines and our shearers will go.
Just write down the 6 countries there and do the same on the second page.
So the judging will be done on the board, on paper this time round, because there is an individual prize. So each team will have their score and each individual will have the score to work out that prize for the best individual. There is also a best pen. There is the team. So it's all to battle for, ladies and gentlemen. 3 big trophies in the one competition. When we get that thumbs up, we will go. Davey O'Neill works his way up to the top. Gerard Kelly, do we have the starting block ready to go? We're just making sure that we've got everything in understood and that we know exactly what's going on. It's very, very technical. Technology is a wonderful thing when it works. Otherwise, it's just a pile of scrap. Okay, then, are we ready to go? No, we're still... So we're just making sure that we know exactly what's going on. These teams are rearing to go, ladies and gentlemen. Okay, then. We think we know what we're doing. Otherwise, we'll just make it look good. Shearers, on your doors. Timekeepers ready. Judges ready. Shearers, go! Come on, ladies and gentlemen. Give them a cheer as they bring that first sheep to the board. We have the French team on 1. We have Scotland on 2. England on 3. The Republic of Ireland on 4. Northern Ireland on 5. And Wales up there on stand number 6. Everybody's throwing up the neck into that first front shoulder. Who is going to take the first sheep? It looks as if Northern Ireland are coming, ladies and gentlemen. Where's the Northern Ireland support? Because Tom Perry is setting the pace. He's coming down the last side. He's being chased hard by the Englishman. He's being chased hard by the Welshman. They're coming down the last side. But first blood is going to go to Northern Ireland.
Yes, and who's going to come second here? It looks like it could be Scotland, very little in it, and Republic of Ireland is there, but it's Scotland and the Republic of Ireland together. If they could get that sheep down the boat all day, come out. We have France, we have England coming out as well, and Wales are out there as well, and away they go. But it's already the home nation. They're up the neck there on their second sheep. The first shears 10, he's 8 more left there, and away to go. It's still the home nation, but there's a long road to go. The Republic of Ireland and Scotland and England there, blow for blow. France are there, the belly roll comes off. Wales are back right there as well. They step up, so very little in it. But our Northern Ireland already opened up a little bit of a gap there, but that could change many, many times. England and Scotland and Republic of Ireland there locked together. Wales right back with them there now as well. And away to go. Who's going to get the drop next? It looks like it could be the home nation as well. A bit of a wriggle there is costing them a couple of seconds and allowing the Republic to come right back at him. England are coming back at him, but it's still the home team. Out the back, and it's Northern Ireland again. Out with sheep number 3, Hugh.
Yes, Northern Ireland then. Tom Perry setting the pace. Everybody else is trailing, but they will stick to their guns. Out come the Republic of Ireland. Out is England. They're really coming. We need sheep tippers down the back, boys. We need sheep tippers out the back. The boys are really working now, ladies and gentlemen. Up the neck, into the front shoulder comes Tom Perry. But look out, because here comes England. And they've got a very capable shearer in Stuart Connor, the world lamb shearing record holder. He's short 872, and he's reeling Tom Perry in. He's caught right back to the Northern Ireland. Here comes England. Tom Perry down the last side. England coming down the last side. The rest of the nations are chasing, but it looks like it's going to be a grandstand finish. England in. Stuart Connor caught right back up to Tom Perry, and it's the Englishman in first.
Yes, and away to go. So it's England and Northern Ireland are locked together now. And it's Scotland down in the long blow, the Republic of Ireland down. Wales are coming down. So it's the Republic of Ireland and Wales at the moment. France are back right into it as well on stand number 1. Who's going to get the drop next? Very little in it. It looks like it could be the Republic of Ireland and Wales are locked together. They're blow for blow at the moment. Scotland right back with them. France right there as well. Really close. It's Wales, the Republic of Ireland, Scotland and France in that line, but the real battle is going on here with England and Northern Ireland at the moment as they battle it out there locked together. It looks like England have a blow or two on the home nation, but that's when the home nation supporters need to get behind your team and cheer them on. England gets the turn, Northern Ireland get the turn. There's 2 blows between them at the moment as they come down the last sheep. Side of sheep number 4, down to come. Scotland coming back after the Republic of Ireland. Wales and France are there as well. There's a real battle on. And it's Northern Ireland back now. Just a blow between them at the moment. Who's going to get the drop first? And it's England, just 1 blow ahead of the home nation. They're in together.
Yeah, so Tom Perry worked hard on that sheep. Sheep number 5 out onto the board. Berrywool will come off for England. Berrywool will come off for Northern Ireland. Wales are coming. Scotland are coming. France is sticking to their work as well. The Republic of Ireland, don't you worry about them. They've got a real flyer in the pen. In goes Ian Jones from Wales for sheep number 5. Already, though, England and Northern Ireland are dropping down into those long blows. These boys are having a tussle. They step over together. They're going to turn together. Stuart Connor and Tom Perry get to the turn. They come down that last side, ladies and gentlemen. Stuart Connor huffing and puffing. Tom Perry gritted his teeth out the hind leg. Tom Perry sheep kicks. That's allowed Stuart Connor just to stay in front. The Englishman is going to have his time, and in he goes for sheep number 6. Give him a cheer on, ladies and gentlemen.
Yes, and the home team are there as well. Northern Ireland come out there now with number 6 on the board. Is there anyone here from Northern Ireland? That's what we want to hear. Let us know there's somebody in the audience. Wales down the last side in the Republic of Ireland. Scotland are there. And the French are right back in it as well. Look, they're going for France. Out the back leg he goes now on number 5. He's picked up there. He's ahead of the Welsh and the Republic of Ireland and Scotland at the moment. It's all on here. What a battle. But it's still the home team. Just 1 or 2 blows behind England at the moment. Down they drop into the first shoulder, down into the long blow. Out comes Wales. Scotland will be out. The Republic of Ireland will be out very, very shortly as well. They're level pegging at the moment. Who's going to turn first? And they're practically turned together. England and Northern Ireland, Hugh.
Yeah, come on, ladies and gentlemen. You've got a Northern Ireland shearer, and he is working hammer and tongs. Out the hind leg goes Stuart Connor from England. Out the hind leg goes Tom Perry. Cheer him into that pen. He can get quicker the louder you go. Out comes Stuart Connor with sheep number 7. Out comes Tom Perry with 7. Dennis O'Neill, I think, is on 6. Callum Shaw into the front shoulder. Where's Louis Lagone? He's coming down the last side. Ian Jones is coming down the last side. But it's still the man on stand number 3. It's Stuart Connor. Dennis O'Sullivan, though, if that clock is right, Ivan Scott, he's out in front. Down the last side comes Dennis O'Sullivan. Long blow time for Stuart Connor. Long blow time for Tom Perry. Round underneath the front leg they go together. Down the last side they go together. Who's going to be the first into that pen now? Because this is going to be a hot shot. Round the top of the tail they go. Stuart Connor has built up a lead on Northern Ireland. As in and out the pen they go together now.
Yes, and away they go. It's a real battle now, and there's only a few sheep to go. It'll be a change of competitors, and away they go. Look at Scotland go, England, the Republic of Ireland, Northern Ireland, Wales and France there, and France really back on the par there on stand number 1. Up the neck goes Scotland. England are up the neck there as well, the Republic of Ireland, Northern Ireland. Wales turn for home on 7, but it's A on the board for England, Republic of Ireland and Northern Ireland as they battle it out, but it's Stuart Connor for England, just a blow ahead. You need to get behind your favourite shearer or your favourite nation and cheer them on. Give them that bit of support. This is the Six Nations. What a championship, the one they all want to win. The home nation get the turn.
Yeah, so Tom Perry is turned for home. He's coming down the last side. Stuart Connor still sliding in that slipstream. 2 left in the pen for Stuart, and then we'll see the changeover. Dennis O'Sullivan, if that card is right, he's going in for 9 as well. Dennis O'Sullivan said, get your head in there. Out comes Tom Perry with 9. Stuart Connor into that back leg. 1 sheep left in the pen for Stuart, and his shift will be done. Up the undermine goes the Englishman. Up the neck he goes. He just hopped in front of the rest of the field. Tom Perry's up the undermine. Dennis O'Sullivan goes up that undermine. Up the neck goes Dennis. He's on sheep number 8. But it's Stuart Connor now then, the world lamb record holder. He shot 872 lambs in the 9-hour day. And look at him go now. Down the last side comes Stuart Connor. This is going to be fast and furious. We've been going under 10 minutes. And the 9th sheep goes down the portal. In he goes to sheep number 10. Tom Perry is sticking to him like glue. Out comes Stuart Connor with the final sheep there, George.
Yes, the change will be happening there. But your home nation, Tom Perry has his final sheep on the board as well. So it's all on here. There's just a belly wall between them. Dennis O'Sullivan, he'll be out with 9 on the board. Wales, they're up there as well. They have 9 on the board. Out comes Scotland. And the French team are down in the long blow on 9. So not a lot between them. But it's England leading the field at the moment. And Tom Perry, if you get behind your home shearer, they're back in the lead again, Northern Ireland. Is there anyone here?
So Northern Ireland have taken the lead, ladies and gentlemen. Tom Perry working his magic. He gets to the turn. He comes down the last side. He reeled the Englishman in like a big fish. He's coming round the shoulder. We're going to have the first turnover. Who's it going to be? It's going to be Northern Ireland. Out that hind leg. It's going to be a Northern Ireland first team into the pen.
Yes, that's what we need to hear. Who's it going to be next? It's England out the back leg to go. Dennis O'Sullivan will be going in for 10. Wales with 10 on the board. 10 on the board for France. Scotland on 9. England now, the changeover is happening there as well. Out comes the Republic of Ireland with the final sheep on the board. Dennis for the Republic of Ireland. France on their 10th sheep. The changeover will happen. The changeover will be happening for Scotland very soon as well. They come out with 10 on the board now for Scotland. And away they go. But it's the home nation on sheep number 11. They lead the field at the moment. And Jack is out there. He's halfway through. Sheep number 11. He's down into the single numbers at the moment. And the Welsh are there as well. It's France, Scotland, England, Republic of Ireland, Northern Ireland and Wales. But coming down the last side for the home nation, it's Jack, and out the back leg he goes. They lead the field by over half a sheep at the moment. Come on, cheer him on!
In goes Jack Robinson for sheep number 12. Second one out onto the board for Captain Jack. Adam Berry is getting quicker and quicker. He's coming down that last side. Ian Jones about to push his sheep into the portal. The Welsh will change over. Out will come Gareth Daniel for Wales. Out comes Hamish Mitchell, the Flying Scotsman. Out comes Ivan Scott. Here we go. Another world record holder. Ivan Scott then will stroke that belly wool off. Jack Robinson, what has he got left in the tank? Jack Robinson has got to the turn. He's coming down the last side on sheep number 12. Adam Berry goes up the neck on sheep number 12. Ivan Scott a sheep behind, but that man can shear, ladies and gentlemen. He had 2 world records, and now look at him go. He'll really start to peel, but it's still Jack Robinson from Northern Ireland, ladies and gentlemen.
Yes, and away to go. And Wales are there. Keep those numbers of sheep right, penman, please. Wales down there. We're not sure what sheep they're on, but they're really flying there. Garrett gets the turn. Keep those numbers right. It's the home nation on the undermine, Northern Ireland. Republic of Ireland with Ivan out the back leg. It's England out the back leg. And Scotland with Hamish is there. And the changeover for France with Louis Tagoudi as well. It's all on here. The big one, the Six Nations. And England come out and down, dipping into the first shoulder. Is Jack for the home nation. Down into the long blows. They still lead the field. Out comes Wales. Scotland are out. England are out. And it's already the French down into the first shoulder on 12 as well. The French team coming right back at them. But it is 13 on looking for some, but not for the home nation. They are down in the long blow. He's about to get the turn and head for home. But England are coming back at him with every blow. Q.
Yeah, so Jack Robinson has got to the turn on sheep number 13. But look out, because here comes that big Cumbrian. Adam Berry on stand number 3 is starting to reel him in. Jack Robinson goes into the pen for sheep number 14. Adam Berry gets to the turn on 13. Hamish Mitchell starting to come as well. Ivan Scott is reeling him in, keeping the quality right, keeping his cool. Gareth Daniel, another dark horse up there on stand. Number 6 goes into the pen. But already then, it's still Jack Robinson from Northern Ireland, still leading the field. In goes Adam Berry, in goes Ivan Scott for 13. Adam Berry comes out with 14. So the 2 shearers now on sheep number 14 are Jack Robinson, the Royal Ulster champion on Thursday. He wants to be the Six Nations champion on the Saturday. Down the last side comes Jack Robinson. Underneath the front leg and down the last side, Adam Berry is trying his hardest. But Jack Robinson, the local man, goes in for 15.
Yes, and out on the board they come now. And England are there. France are coming right back at him. Scotland with Hamish. Adam Berry for England. It's Ivan for the Republic. Down the last side he comes. Gareth Daniel for Wales. But it's still Jack there leads the home nation there with 5 more left in the pen. Out comes Wales. Down the last side comes England. Down the last side comes Scotland. And the French are creeping up there on stand number 1. Out comes Ivan. He's coming back there as well with every sheep. but still 5 sheep to go. The lead could change again, we don't know. But Northern Ireland really sticking to the task there. On stand number 5, he steps over. Out come England. Scotland are already out. Up the next goes France. Wales are up the neck as well there. Ivan into the first hind leg, but turning for home is the home nation. And it's Jack heads are home and down the last side on sheep number 15. Right down to the flank he goes. The rest of them are chasing him hard, but he's sticking to the job. Out the back leg he goes. He's about 1, 2, 3 blows. You need to get behind him and lift the roof. Now, come on!
So Jack Robinson goes in and out for 16. Adam Berry's got a right tart there on stand number 3. She's kicking hell out of him. Up the neck he goes. Well, Ivan Scott has got to the turn. He's coming down the last side on 14. Hamish Mitchell, I think he's coming down the last side on 14. But Jack Robinson, the Northern Ireland shearer, is still leading the field, ladies and gentlemen. Ivan Scott goes in. Adam Berry, she's definitely from Northern Ireland there. She's about as welcome as Amber Heard at a Johnny Depp convention. Down around that shoulder he comes now. Round the shoulder and down the last side. Adam Berry, he says, sit still, my darling. You'll be down that portal pretty quick. Jack Robinson says, still keep kicking because I'm getting further out in front. Down the last side comes Jack Robinson. Adam Berry goes in for sheep number 16. Ivan Scott up the neck on 15. Hamish Mitchell on the long blows of 15. Gareth Daniel coming down the last side, but it's still the Northern Ireland shearer, ladies and gentlemen. He's still leading the rest of the field.
Yes, down the portals he goes, and he goes in and comes out with 17 on the board. 3 more left in the pen for the home nation. Oh, Wales are there as well, and they come out. England up the neck there on 16. The Republic down the last side they come. Scotland are there, they change, and the French are coming back at them with every blow. But it's still the home nation. Wales there on stand number 6. On 5 with the home nation. The Republic there on stand number 4. 3 it's England, Scotland on 2, and the French on stand number 1. Out comes Ivan. He's out with 16 on the board. There's just about a sheep between them at the moment. Down the last side comes England on 16. They'll be very soon. There's still about a half a sheep between them. And there'll be more if you get behind them and cheer them on more. Come on, let us hear it for him. And away they go. Down the last side comes Jack now. He'll soon be in for number 18. Down to the flank he goes. Out the back leg goes Jack Robinson now. 1, 2, 3 blows. He'll be out the leg and he'll be in for sheep number 18. Come on, get behind him.
Come on, ladies and gentlemen, you can go louder than that because Northern Ireland are still out in front. Look at him go now. The belly will come off. Adam Berry up the neck on 17. Gareth Daniel goes in for 17. Ivan Scott down the last side of 16. Hamish Mitchell down the last side of 16. The Grancher down there on stand number 1 is around the hind leg, but in goes Ivan Scott for sheep number 17. Jack Robinson though, up the neck and into the front shoulder of 18. Gareth Daniel, a sheep behind him. You don't see that very often, ladies and gentlemen. That shows how hard that young man from Northern Ireland is working. They are a real team, Tom and Jack. And look at him go now. Jack Robinson steps over on 18 as Adam Berry goes in for 18. Gareth Daniel on the long blows of 17. Ivan Scott up the neck on 17. Hamish Mitchell on the long blows of 17. But it's still Captain Jack Robinson, the Northern Ireland shearer. He's about to go in for 19.
Yeah, make sure to keep those buttons pushed, Pinman. Keep those buttons pushed at all costs. And now the home teams comes out with the second last sheep. Number 19 on the board. And away to go, Ivan coming back at him. England are there, Scotland are there. The French coming back with every sheep. Out come the Welsh as well. Down the last side comes the Republic with Ivan. England into the long blow. Out comes Scotland. Down the back leg goes France. Wales, the belly well comes off. On 6 there. Up the neck there, 6 the home nation on steep number 19. With 1 more left in the pen now and away to go. It's Ivan out the back leg. He's going in for 18 as well. Down the last side come England on 18. Up the next step Scotland on 18. France have 18 on the board. 18 on the board for the Republic, 18 for Wales. But the big one is there's 19 on the board for the home nation. And they get the turn down to the shoulder. They're coming down the last side there now. There are 19 sheep with one more left in the pen. And down he comes. About 6 more blows now. He'll drop that sheep out the port hole. And you need to lift the roof off the building here when he comes out with his 20th and final sheep. It's Jack Robinson now. He's about to drop her down the port hole. He comes out with his final sheep on the board.
Well, here we go, the last sheep out for Northern Ireland. Who's the closest to him? It's still that Englishman. They're on stand number 3. But Jack Robinson has got the bit between his teeth, ladies and gentlemen. Up the undermine goes Jack Robinson. He runs up the neck and into the shoulder. He's got that tongue sticking out. That means business. Into that front shoulder he goes. They're not going to catch him if he can help it. Long blow time for Jack Robinson. The Northern Ireland man steps over. He's setting the fastest pace, ladies and gentlemen. And you're very quiet as he turns for home. Round the shoulder. The Northern Ireland shearer. Down that last side comes Jack Robinson. 3 blows, 2 blows, 1 blow. Out goes Jack Robinson for Northern Ireland.
Now we have 5 other nations up there. It's Wales. It looks like Wales going to come out with a final sheep. England are up the neck on the 20th and final sheep. France down in the long blow, and they're locked together. Scotland come down the last side of 19. So there's another real battle on. But it looks like England will be next. Out the back leg goes Scotland. Ireland come down the last side of 19. France down the last side, so they're almost locked together. But it's Scotland that comes out with their 19th or 20th and final sheep on the board. Who's going to be next? It's France. They come out with 20 as well. The Republic will be out with 20 now as well. So all nations with a final sheep on the board. But next it's going to be England and Attenbury. Out the back leg he goes. Put your hands together for him.
And here comes Wales, ladies and gentlemen. Gareth Daniel has got to the turn. Coming around that last side. Daniel's the magician from Mcconnell is coming down that last side. Out the hind leg comes Gareth Daniel. She has a bit of a kick and a wriggle. But out goes Wales, ladies and gentlemen. Give her a big round of applause as they finish.
Now we've a real battle going on here with France, Scotland, and the Republic of Ireland the way to go. And it looks like France is going to get there next. And there's going to be a real battle with Ireland and Scotland. But France is out there. Put your hands together for them. Now it's blow for blow. The Republic and Scotland as they come down together. Down and out the back leg to go. Who's going to get there? They're going to finish together. It's Scotland and Ireland. Put your hands together for the 6 nations.
Well, I told you there would be fireworks, ladies and gentlemen. What a 6 nations competition. What a final, what a spectacle. Give all the shearers another big round of applause, ladies and gentlemen. Well, how do you follow that? Man alive. While we're having a bit of a tidy up, ladies and gentlemen, I'd like to introduce somebody who's come all the way from Scotland, Mr. Bruce Lang. As we've been mentioning all week, next year at the Royal Highland Show will be the World Championships for the shearing world, the machines, the blades, and the wool handling. And Bruce is the main man organising that. He is the chief steward of the sheep shearing, and I'm sure he'd like to say a few words.
Well, we'd just like to remind everybody that next year from the 22nd to the 25th of June at the Royal Highland Show, we're very privileged to be hosting the World Sheep Wool Handling and Fleece Competition Championships. We'll be opening the World Championships with a grand parade in the main ring on the Thursday afternoon, and the machine shearing will get down on the Friday evening, culminating on a fantastic day of finals on Sunday the 25th of June.
Thank you very much, Bruce. So good luck to you and your committee. There will be the show later on in the month, and all these boys will be there, I'm sure. So thank you very much, and it should be a great spectacle once again.
The Highland Show this year runs. Highland Show this year, of course, is running from the 23rd to the 26th of June, and we would really love to see as many people as possible. We're expecting a really exciting competition in the lead up to next year's World Championships.
Thank you very much, Bruce. Well, we'll have a quick tidy up. We've got a couple more events. We have the wool handling finals and the open machine shearing finals. So don't go too far away, because we've got some more terrific shearing to come. If Tara and Ema are around, could you come down to the front of the stage, please? Mummy's here for you, Tara and Ema. They were here, and now they've disappeared. So Tara and Ema, if they could come and see us down the front, please, at the sheep shearing.
Testing 1 2, testing 1 2. There's two wee girls in here that have gone missing that are in watching the shearing. Emer and Tara Casement. There is somebody looking for you, or if you want to come up along to the top there, we can arrange for someone to meet up with you. Emer and Tara Casement, we know you were in here somewhere. If you want to come up along here to the top or to the side, I can arrange for someone to meet up with you there, please. Or just put up your hands and we'll see you if you're there. So that's Emer and Tara Casement.
Could the novice wool handling finalists come to see Rachel Murphy, please? Novice wool handling finalists to come and see Rachel Murphy. There were two young ladies that went missing earlier on. We'd like to know if they've been found or not. They wandered away, so if their mum is around, if she could come and tell us what's going on, please. So if Tara and Ema are around, could you come and see us down the front, please? Could Archie Patterson come and see Hamish, please? Archie Patterson, could you come and see Hamish?
Okay, we're just about ready to get on the way with our next final. It's the novice wool handling final. If we could have our judges up onto the boards, please. Richard Schofield, Seamus Kelly, John Ivor Davis, and Andy Rankin being the spare judge. And judging on the table is Peter Weber and David O'Neill. The referee on the board is Gerard Kelly, and judging the oddments is Brian McGatty, or he's judging on the table, and judging the oddments is Wallace Boyd. And Audrey is going to do commentary, I believe. Is that right, Audrey? So we have the judges there. We have the shearers up. We have the wool handlers seem to be ready. They all have their oddment bins and fleece baskets. This is the novice wool handling. I'll check the number of sheep, but I would imagine it's going to be 3 fleeces. 3 fin, yeah. So each wool handler is going to be handling 3 fleeces. And when the shearers on 1, 3, and 5, they'll come out with their first sheep. Once they step up the neck, the shearers on 2, 4, and 6, they'll come out with their first sheep. The wool handlers have to have the area clear. It's a designated area. They're walking in, it's marked off. If that's not clean before the start, they'll be penalised. And equally, that'll be checked when they're finished as well. It's very different than the shearing. The time will only start when the wool handlers, or when the shearers are finished. Then the wool handler will be against the clock. The belly wool must go back into its own fleece. You can watch for that. We won't be saying anything about that once the competition starts. The table has to be cleaned between each throw. And before the shearer comes out with his next sheep, the shearing area must be cleaned as well, so there's no contamination. A very interesting competition. These come throughout the heats this morning, and now they're here ready, and we're about ready to get underway with the novice wool handling final.
We need a pen man for stand number 6, please. If any shearers are in their greases, we need a pen man to go up onto stand number 6. Need a pen man on stand number 4 as well.
Yeah, whoever can do a pen there, if somebody must be free there somewhere to come up and do the pen. So we can move on with the competition. So we will be ready to get underway in just a couple of moments. Our wool handlers are ready, and our judges are there ready as well. Okay, we've got the thumbs up. We are ready. Our wool handlers are ready. Our judges are ready. If I can have the shearers on the door and ready. Shearers go on stands 1, 3, and 5, please. Out they come now with their first sheep. And once the wool handler can't engage until the belly wool is thrown clear. So once they step up the neck, you'll see the shearers on stands 2, 4, and 6. They will come out with their sheep then. So very interesting competition here. It's all about the presentation of wool, picking up that fleece properly, thrown on the table from breech to neck. Then the roll-up will happen. So very, very interesting to watch. They have the fleece baskets for the fleece to go into. They have the oddment bins for the different oddments to go into. Bits of damaged wool, stained wool, or damp belly wool will go in there. So they worked very hard here this morning, Hugh, to get through to this novice final.
Yeah, they did, George. And look at it go now. The workload has doubled, ladies and gentlemen, because they've now got to have their eyes in 2 places. They've got to be, we're looking at the shearer, the faster shearer. Then they've got to be looking at that slower shearer. So the shearers then will stick together. They're very good, our resident shearers. And down the last side they come. And the wool handlers will gather up that first fleece. You'll see him gather it. You'll see him wiping the board. So the shearer comes out to a clean board. First throw. Ellen Murphy, a good flick up the table. Fina Butler, a beautiful throw from the young lady here on table number 2. Stephen Wilson, he had a good throw. So now they're on the roll-up. This is where they roll those fleeces, ladies and gentlemen. From the tail to the neck. That leaves the best wool for the judges. Ellen Murphy. I'd say this could be the last time we see her in a novice competition because she's a very, very accomplished wool handler. Ellen Murphy on the board, cleaning out that crutch wool because They've got to look over their shoulder, make sure they don't miss anything, because the judges certainly will not. Up the table for Stephen Wilson with his second fleece. Fina Butler making sure that everything is right. The young lady, I think this is her first competition. A big competition and make the final. A big flick from Fina. Up the table, it went a good throw from the young lady. Ellen Murphy, though, it's flicked it, rolled it, and is about to finish it before I could even talk. Stephen Wilson. He's been one of our resident wool handlers. He's on the roll-up. He puts it to be judged by the judges, bang the table to make sure that any loose bits of wool come off. So the shearers now are turning, George, and the time will start when those shearers finish.
Yes, that's when the wool handler will be against the clock, and that's only about 10 seconds away. And we'll have the final throw onto the table then as well. But once the shearers are finished, the wool handlers against the clock. And for the first minute, but then if it goes over the first minute, a good throw there on table with Fina Butler, a good throw from Ellen Murphy, and a good throw from Stephen there. Now it's all on, and they're against the clock. The roll-up is on for the final fleece. It's all about the presentation of wool. They don't see the outside staple of the wool. You see the inside, and it looks good. It looks good for the buyer, it looks good for the farmer, it looks good for everybody. And away they go. Ellen Murphy is first to pick up the broom, but that doesn't mean everything. The others can catch up. Come on, keep it going. You're against the clock. Yes, Fina Butler, she drops that table, cleans it off, and Stephen there, he's got the final roll up, making sure that fleece is tucked in well into the basket. The broom is picked up, and now it's time for the judges to step back a bit, because the judges might get a quick tap at the broom on the shins if they're in the way. They don't mind. Who's going to put the hand up first? It's very close, and yes, it's Ellen Murphy. Put your hands together for her. And now we have Fina Butler and Stephen there. Stands tables 2 and 3. Come on, get that brooms going. Keep the brooms going under the table to go. And if they leave any little bit of wool there of a credit card size, they'll lose a score for that. The judges will check it when they're finished. Down on their knees to go. Once they hold the broom or hold their hand up. And it's Fina Butler. Put your hands together for this young lady here. And Stephen is there. Put your hands together for the novice wool handling finalist. Well done. And a big thank you to the shearers for shearing for the wool handling as well.
Well, the next event, ladies and gentlemen, we've seen the novice wool handlers. Next up will be the open wool handlers. And what a treat we've got in store for you.
So if we have somebody there to take the scores down to the judges, please. Some of our officials, they can get a bit of paper and a pen and take the scores down there in the right order from our judges. And I think John Murphy is going to look after that. So it's very important. It's not over for the wool handlers yet. They're finished their job, but the table judges are judging at the right-hand side there, and very often that's where the competition can be won and lost as well.
We will find out how many sheep they will be handling in that open wool handling final, and just by magic, our Chief Steward, John Murphy, says it'll be 6 fleeces. 6 fleeces in the open wool handling final. So each shearer will be shearing 3 sheep. The pressure will come on. But these wool handlers have been there before. They've done that. They know exactly what the pressure is. We have 2 Northern Ireland World Championships representatives, Rachel Murphy and Jane Harkness-Bones, and a Scottish world representative, Audrey Aiken. And although Audrey is from Scotland, she's now married to Johnny from Northern Ireland, so it's going to be a big, big final for those 3 wool handlers. So the sheep are in the pens. John Murphy flicked his thumb. Could the open wool handling finalists come and see Ellen Murphy to do the draw? Where's Jane? Jane, could you come and do the draw, please?
Just to give you a bit of information about the wool handling that we can't mention during the competition, they must have the area completely clean before the start. If not, they'll be penalised. When they're throwing a fleece on the table must be clean. If not, they'll be penalised for that because there's contamination of the wool. Before the shearer comes out with his next sheep, that shearing area must be cleaned off. The fleece has to be thrown from breech to neck, and the belly wool of that fleece must go back in at the breech end of it. The fleece has to be tied in from the neck part of the wool, not from a shoulder, or they will lose points or that. It must be thrown straight on the table. Any overhang of an A4 size, they'll lose points or that. Or if it's fluffed up on the table, it needs to be completely flat from breech to neck with no overhang. So them are just some of the things that you can be looking out for that we won't be mentioning during the competition.
I thought we were going to see John Murphy on a broom then. So our open wool handlers, ladies and gentlemen, we will be given the draw very shortly. They will take what we call a board buddy up with them. They'll take a friend with them up that'll help them to prepare. We are live on YouTube, apparently. And this is being watched, I'm sure, all over the world. Because the shearing world, we all like to support each other wherever we are in the world. So you'll see now the board buddy system is coming into play. Looks like Jane Harkness-Bones is going to make a phone call. They're handling 6 fleeces in this open wool handling final. So then, we have got a terrific lineup for you, ladies and gentlemen. When they do come down to their tables, we will introduce our open wool handling finalists to you. So we will present our open wool handling finalists in a second when they come down from looking at the sheep in the pens. Referee to table number 3, please. John Murphy, are you the referee? So the wool handlers will look at their sheep. They will make sure that they have them in the order that they want. As they do every day in the sheds, they will boss the shearers round. They'll let them know the order that they are to come in. They might want a looser fleece first. They might want a tighter fleece first. If there's any color, any spotty sheep. Referee to table number 2, please. John Murphy to table 2, please.
Now we'll see the wool handlers will have their fleece baskets placed wherever they might like them, and the oddment bins. Some wool handlers may vary a bit in the way they like it for their own style of wool handling. Everybody has got the time up there to do it. It's about managing that time. That's the difficult thing. If you get behind, it's not so easy, but they are allowed to place a fleece on the floor, providing that area is clean, that there won't be any contamination.
So John Murphy, then the chief referee, working his way along. He could be in trouble now because he's at his daughter's pen.
So there will be different coloured oddment bins on each stand. They will also be numbered in there so there can't be any mix-up or any mistake when they go to the table judges.
Okay then, are we ready to go, wool handlers? No. So as you can see now, we will have 6 of these black tubs for the fleeces to be presented to the judges out the back. Those 6 boxes, once the fleece is put into that box, it can't be touched again. Then they have oddment baskets.
Now you will notice that the wool handler won't be able to engage with the shearer until the belly wool has been shown clear, and then they're fully involved. And they can ask the shearer to place the belly wool wherever is most suitable to their style of wool handling.
Looks like we need... Are we going to have 3 of these baskets returned on table number 3, are we? Where's John Murphy? We're 3 baskets missing. You'll replace them. Okay, they will come back to you, Audrey. They'll bring them to you as you need them. Okay then, ladies and gentlemen, this is the Open Wool Handling Championship. Selfie time. Please give him a very warm welcome, ladies and gentlemen, to table number 3, Audrey Aitken.
On to table number 2, Jane Hartness-Bones.
And to table number 1, Rachel Murphy. They are the greatest of friends off the boards, but they will be throwing all out the window for this, the open final. Are you ready, wool handlers? We've got a thumbs up from John Murphy, our referee. Wool handlers ready. Timekeepers ready. Shearers on 1, 3, 5, go. So the wool handling final has started. Again, the wool handler cannot start until that first belly is thrown clear. Doesn't look like there is a belly, so they wait until they start in the back leg, and then they will approach. Again, you could see Audrey just telling the judge no belly wool, so she can't be penalized for it. So up the neck and into the first front shoulder go the shearers, so the second shearers will come out. The workload is double. They've now got to be looking and concentrating in 2 areas. They've got to be there waiting. The second bellies will come out. They'll go to the legs of the table. Round they go now then. The shearers are getting quicker and quicker. They're sticking together though. They're looking up the line. Second shearers are just dropping into the shoulder. Just ease off there, Willie Jones. Just keep looking, shearers. So the first fleece is up on the boards. Rachel Murphy had a good throw. Jane Hartness-Bones flicked that little fleece up. And Audrey Aitken, she had a big looser fleece. But look at this now. They're going to have to go because the second shearers are coming down the last side and the second fleece will be ready. Look at this, ladies and gentlemen. The pressure is on. Rachel Murphy gets rid of her fleece. Jane Hartness-Bones gets rid of it. Audrey Aitken, she just lifts the fleece, flick up a table. Jane Bones making it look very, very easy, George.
Yes, that's for sure. But when you get behind you a little bit, it's that bit more difficult to try manage and not have any mix-up. But it's all on here. You can see things just about to happen. It hasn't happened. It was saved at the last moment there and away to go. You have Rachel Murphy now on the roll up there on table number 1. Jane on the roll up on her second fleece. And it's Orgy has got that fleece into the fleece basket there. She has a fleece on the floor, but that's just good management there because she wasn't missing something else when that was happened. We'll see another fleece being thrown quite shortly. They are working now. They have to watch both shearers. They have to see what happens to that belly wool. They have to have eyes in the back of their head. They're moving, they're working to keep them oddment baskets working. And the less work they have to do when the time starts, when the shearers are finished, the better, because that's when they make up that little bit of time there. Now, very quickly, we're going to see another fleece being lifted. It's Rachel Murphy, a very good throw on table 1. And Jane Hartis Bones with a good throw, a little bit of an overhang, still good. And Orgy with a brilliant throw there on table number 3. It's all on here now. The open wool handling final.
Yeah, so the open wool handlers are really getting into the groove. Audrey Aiken, 1 fleece on that clean floor. Jane Harkness Bones, she found a clean floor. Willie Jones, Sam McConnell, Graham Davidson, our resident shearers go in for the 3rd and final sheep. Jane Harkness Bones in, back to the rolling. The last sheep, I think, is out for Callum, Tom, and is that Robert Davidson down there on 1? But already then, Audrey Aiken. You could tell the pressure the boys are putting on. There are 2 fleeces on the floor. Jane Harkness Bones has got 1. Rachel Murphy's got 1. Audrey's still running around, keeping an eye on the shearer, making sure they don't miss anything. Round the shearers come. The pressure is on, but these wool handlers can handle pressure. They thrive on pressure. Up the table for Audrey Aiken, a beautiful throw. Jane Harkness Bones, what's wee Jane got? Up the table, a quick flick. She's onto it, she's on the belly wool. She has a look over her shoulder. Rachel Murphy, look at her flying up there on table number 1, the young lady. Represented her country. She won through the other day to represent Northern Ireland again. Big loose fleece there for Rachel. Sam McConnell, Willie Jones, Graham Davison finish. So the time will start now, ladies and gentlemen. Now the clock is ticking. There are 3 fleeces for Audrey, 2 for Jane, 2 for Rachel Murphy. Rachel Murphy gets rid of fleece number 5. Table number 1 is going to be the first one to flick that last fleece up the board for Rachel Murphy. Beautiful throw there, George. Belly wool in.
Yes.
And she is hot, fast and furious there.
Yeah, great management there. She's her final fleece there. Jane goes back to pick her final fleece up there now. Orgy has 2 still there, but you'll see her still catching up. It's all about management there. Another great throw on tables 3 and table 2, but it's Rachel Murphy there now, the national champion here with her final fleece. She's going to pick up the broom now, and the judges will need to stand back. She's untidy up. Jane is on final fleece roll up. Orgy has 1 more fleece to go there on table number 3. Into the basket goes the final fleece from Jane. She picks up the broom, and now Orgy goes back. We'll watch the final throw here from Orgy as she picks up the final fleece there now. It's Orgy with a final throw, a brilliant throw on table number 3 from Orgy. She'll roll up this in about 20 seconds, and then she'll pick up the broom. And it's Rachel Murphy. Now we've Orgy there on 3, and Jane Hartness Bone, put your hands together for her. We've Orgy there now on table number 3. The final roll-up is on. She's making sure she'll leave nothing there for the judges to get off, and this goes to be checked out the back. Now she's about to pick up the broom, and Orgy, she used the small broom, which is much quicker up on the shearing area. She gets that clean down first, so there's no going back there. Now Orgy is about, and you'll see her with some of the wool in her left hand, her right hand, into the oddment box it goes. Now she's about to pick up that long broom, and it won't take her many seconds till she gets the full tidy up. She'll get it around from under the table, down at the lower side to save time. She'll go around to the other side, Bring it all over towards the oddment box, leaving nothing on the table. A quick run around the table, and the judge, you can see, is standing well back there. He's not going to get a tap of this broom. Orsi gets that wool over close to the oddment bins. Now she'll go down on one knee very quickly. She'll have this into the box in a second, but the clock is ticking all the time. The broom is resting on her shoulder there at the same time. Doing a lot of talents there, and it's Orsi doing the feint. They'll tidy up, and the hand will go up very shortly. Put your hands together for our open wool handlers. Well done. Also put your hands together there for our shearers for the wool handling. They've done a great job. Come on, let us hear it for them.
A terrific open wool handling final there, ladies and gentlemen, from three very big friends.
If I can, somebody there now, I think John Murphy is on his way to take down the scores from the judges.
As they come down off the stage, ladies and gentlemen, give our open wool handlers another big round of applause. Audrey Aiken, Jane Harkness Bones, and Rachel Murphy. Must be selfie time again, Jane. Jane, selfie time now. Time for a selfie. Well, there are two events left to go, ladies and gentlemen, for the Royal Ulster at Balmoral Show 2022. Two events remaining, the Open Shearing Final, and we have a team's wool handling event. Two great events to go before we finish for 2022. We'll find out the order that we're going to do this in. So we have our Chief Steward, John Murphy, will come and tell us what's going on next. Two events left to go, ladies and gentlemen. The Open Shearing Final and the Team Wool Handling. We're ready to go. We're just having a bit of a tidy up. Our open shearers will be raring to go. And we will call you to do the draw. Our shearing judges are ready to go. John Murphy, when you get a chance, could you come and see us at the commentary point, please? So next up, ladies and gentlemen, we have the open shearing final. They will be shearing 14 sheep in that open final. That then will be followed by a team event where the wool handlers are judged, the shearers are judged. So we will be moving on very shortly. Our judges are hydrated and ready to go. And our open shearers will have their gear selected. They will be preparing themselves for the 14 sheep that they have to shear in that open final. And what an open final that is going to be. So don't go too far away. Could the open finalists, open shearing finalists, could you come to see Rachel and Ellen Murphy to do the draw? Open shearing finalists, come and see Rachel and Ellen Murphy to do the draw. Open shearing finalists for the draw. Who's missing for the open draw? Is Gareth Daniel there? I can see Jack Robinson, Matt Smith, Adam Berry, Ian Montgomery. Ian Jones is there. Where's Gareth Daniel? Has he come to do the draw? So the draw has been completed. The names will now be put into the system. The seconds will go up into the pen. The sheep are up there already. When we get to the finals, we don't do the draw until the sheep are all in the pens, so we know that it's all going to be fair and square. We will need sheep tippers out the back. We will need sheep tippers out the back. $14 sheep in this open shearing final. That will then be followed by the team event. And then, of course, we will have the business end of proceedings with the presentation of awards. Could we have the judges to the boards, please? Judges to the boards. George, could you call them out?
Okay, the judges for the Open Machine Shearing Final. On stand number 6, it's Klaus Cliffer. On 5, it's Colin Crowe. Come on, give him a round of applause and a warm welcome just to come up there. On 4, with Finn Butler. 3, it's Brian McGatty. Number 2, Brian Wilson. And on 1, we've Tom Dunn. The spare judge being Peter Webber. Judging out the back, Andy Rankin and John Ivor Davis. The referee on the back, Richard Schofield. And on the front, Mr. Davy O'Neill.
Okay then, ladies and gentlemen, please give them a very, very warm welcome as they come up onto the stage. Our Open Shearing finalist to stand number 6, the local man, Jack Robinson.
And on to stand number 5, it's Adam Berry.
To stand number 4 from Wales, Gareth Daniel.
On 3, another local, Ian Montgomery.
To stand number 2, another Welshman, Ian Jones.
On to stand number 1, he was New Zealand, he's England now, Matt Smith.
So they'll check the tension. Referee to stand 5, please. Referee to stand number 5. The referee will have a look. The boys will check the tension on those handpieces. Our judges are there on the boards, ready for this Open final. Could we also invite our wool handlers up onto the boards? Our team of wool handlers, ladies and gentlemen, will come up onto the boards. And I think they deserve a round of applause because they've handled a lot of wool today. They've worked very hard. They work as a team. And very often they are unsung. So thank you to our wool handlers. Thank you to our scorers in the caravan, the timekeepers, the team organising all the sheep out the back, and all the farmers, of course, for supplying the sheep, and the whole team here at the Royal Ulster at Balmoral for putting on such a brilliant week of competition. Started on Thursday with the young farmers and juniors, culminating here on the final day with the Open. The referee checking that everybody is happy along the boards. We've got a thumbs up from the referee. We got a thumbs up from Gerard Kelly, the chairman. Can tell it's been a long 4 days. We're going to make a start then, shearers, with this, the Open final. Shearers, on your doors. Timekeepers ready. Judges ready. Shearers, go! The Open final is underway. This is hotting up, ladies and gentlemen. Here we go with this. It's sponsored by Ulster Wool Growers, by the Gartree Trophy, Moira, Best Pen of Shorn Sheep. This is going to be hammer and tongs for 14 sheep. Already showing a little bit of magic is Ian Montgomery. The Evergreen Monty on 3 is going for gold. The first sheep down the last side, Matt Smith down the last side, Ian Montgomery, Gareth Daniel, Adam Berry, Jack Robinson, Ian Jones around the hind leg. This is going to be quick. 41, 42 seconds. Matt Smith goes in. Gareth Daniel goes in. Ian Montgomery goes in. Adam Berry goes in. Where's Jack Robinson? And Ian Jones, they go in. And they've only been sure for 50 seconds, George.
Yes, and away to go. It's all on here. 14 sheep each, and that's not going to take too long with these guys. They're all out there on sheep number 2. It's Matt Smith up the neck, but it's already Monty drops down to the first shoulder, on into the long blow. Garrett Daniel is there, blow for blow with him. On the undermine is Jack there on stand number 6. On the way to go. Who's going to get the turn first? It's Ian Montgomery. Gets the turn down to the shoulder. It comes. It's going to be a right finish here this time. Stands 1, 3, and 4 as they battle it out down the last side. Who's going to get the drop and in for sheep number 3? Very close. It's blow for blow, and it's Ian Montgomery. It is. Come on, get behind him. And Matt is there as well, and Garrett Daniel, they're out. Ian Jones down and out the back leg. He goes down the last side, comes Adam Berry. Jack Robinson out the back leg. They go, and Ian Jones gets number 2 away. He's out with 3. Make sure to keep those pen numbers right. Who's up the neck first? It's still Ian Montgomery. He's up there. Garrett Daniel is right on his tail. Out comes Adam Berry. Out comes Jack Robinson. Matt Smith up and around the back of the head, drops down to the first shoulder. Ian Jones on the undermine. It's Monty. It is down into the first shoulder, down into the long blow. He's really pumping here, Q.
Yes, so Matt Smith, the world record holder there on stand number 1, 731 ewes. Ian Jones is the 2-stand British lamb record holder on stand number 2. Monty's representing Northern Ireland at World Championships on stand 3. Gareth Daniel, another 9-hour British record holder on 4. Adam Berry, an English team member, on 5. And Jack Robinson, the Royal Ulster champion, on stand at number 6. Already, though, the men on 1, 3, and 4 having their own ding-dong. Up the neck goes Ian Montgomery. Matt Smith, Gareth Daniel. In goes Adam Berry. But it's the Monty there, Ian Montgomery. He means business today, ladies and gentlemen, on the long blows. Matt Smith is sticking to him like glue. They get to the turn. Oh, Monty's got a kicker. That's allowed. Matt Smith from down there in Cornwall now, originally a Kiwi. Who said the Kiwis can't fly? Because he's going around that hind leg. And Matt Smith goes in for sheep number 5, George.
Yes, 5 on the board there on stand number 1 for Matt Smith. Ian Montgomery out the back leg. And Garrett Daniel is right there as well. Down the last side comes Ian Jones. It's Adam Berry and Jack Robinson. They battle out down the last side. And it looks like the local man, Jack, will be next to finish there. Out the back leg he goes. If you have a favourite cheerer up there, you need to get behind him and cheer him on. Out comes Jack there now, the team captain. He's out with 4 on the board and away to go. It may be 5 it is, and at 5 it is. Adam Berry, he comes out, so all the competitors now with 5. But it's already the world record holder. Matt Smith turns to the last shoulder, down the last side. He comes at 5. Down to the flank and out the back leg he goes now. Garrett Daniel in the long blow, Monty in the long blow. And it's Matt Smith. He comes out with sheep number 6 on the board.
Yeah, so sheep number 6 out for Matt Smith then. Out to the belly will fly as Gareth Daniel puts the finishing touches. Gareth Daniel, we call him Daniels the Magician because he's starting a hot up now on stand number 4. Ian Montgomery and Ian Jones are having a ding-dong. Jack Robinson is with him. Adam Berry is with him. In goes Ian Jones. In goes Ian Montgomery. In goes Jack Robinson. But already on the long blows is Matt Smith. He will be trying to make that English team for the World Championships. Down there on stand number 1. Round that shoulder comes Matt Smith. Down the last side. He's starting to pull away. Gareth Daniel said, to hell with that. I'm turning as well. Gareth Daniel is gritting his teeth, stroking that wool off. Down the last side comes Gareth Daniel. Ian Montgomery long blows. Ian Jones on the long blows. That sheep is kicking and wriggling. But it's Gareth Daniel next into the pen for sheep number 7 as Matt Smith steps up the neck on 7, George.
Yes, and away he goes now down into the first shoulder, down into the long blow. It's Ian Jones down and out the back like he goes on 6. And Ian Montgomery, he's in and out with number 7 as well. Gareth Daniel already on 7. Out comes Adam Berry with 7 on the board. And out the back leg goes Jack Robinson there on stand number 6. Up the neck goes Gareth Daniel. Ian Montgomery into the first hind leg. But it's Matt Smith now on halfway mark. He's finished half of the sheep. He's 50% of the way way there. He's out with sheep number 8 on the board for Matt Smith, the world record holder. Ian Jones up the neck. Ian Montgomery down into the long blow. Getting it turned for home on 7 is Garrett Daniel, the Welshman. Adam Berry up and around the back of the head. Keep those pen numbers right. I'm quite sure they're not right there on stand number 5. Jack Robinson up and around the back of the head. He goes, drops down to the first shoulder. But it's already Matt Smith into the first shoulder. Sheep ahead there at the moment. Out the back leg. Out comes Garrett Daniel. Out the back leg went Ian Montgomery. He's out with 8 on the board as well. Ian Jones, a bit of a wriggler there, was going to cost him a second or two. Out the back leg goes Ian now, the Welshman. But it's already Matt Smith down to the flank, and out the back leg he goes. You're too quiet out there. You need to come on, cheer these on. Come on, let us hear it as Matt Smith goes in for number 9.
Yeah, so Matt Smith brings out 9 to the board. Gareth Daniel turns on 8. Ian Montgomery into the long blow of 8. Ian Jones up the undermine of 8. Adam Berry, belly wool off on 8. Jack Robinson up the neck on 8. But already then is Matt Smith, the world record holder, is on the shoulder, dropping down to the long blows. Gareth Daniel brings out sheep number 9 onto the board. 5 sheep left in the pen. Big blows being punched in from Gareth Daniel. Matt Smith has got to the turn down the last side. Gareth Daniel's got a very fast shearing sheep this time. Ian Montgomery brings out 9. Adam Berry down the last side of 8. She kicks and wriggles, but it's Matt Smith at the minute. He's starting to huff and puff. The sweat is flowing. Change of handpiece. But these boys can change a handpiece faster than a politician can close a web browser, ladies and gentlemen. Off comes the belly wool now for Matt Smith up there on stand number 1. Gareth Daniel goes in for sheep number 10 there, George.
Yes, Adam Berry is out as well. Up the neck goes Jack Robinson. Ian Montgomery turns her home down the last side to 9. Up the neck of 9 goes Ian Jones. What is already Matt Smith down at the long blows of 10. He had a quick change of steel there, so a fresh cut. He's about to get the turn and head for home and down the last side. Up the neck goes Adam Berry. Jack Robinson turns her home down the last side. Down to the first shoulders, Gareth Daniel, Ian Montgomery and Ian Jones. But it's Matt Smith going in for sheep number 11 on stand number 1. Come on, you're too quiet out there. Get behind your favourite cheers and cheer them on.
So Matt Smith has got sheep number 11 on the board. Ian Jones changes handpiece. Gareth Daniel down the last side of sheep number 10. He'll be going in for 11. Ian Montgomery, he's got 10 on the board, but it's going to be Gareth Daniel. Change of steel for him as well. That's like a Formula 1 driver changing the tyres. It'll give him a real photo finish. Long blow time for Jack Robinson on sheep number 10, but Matt Smith has turned off the long blows of 11. Gareth Daniel up the neck on 11. Out the hind leg for Matt Smith. That sheep is just giving a bit of a wriggle. He puts a bit of pressure. He says, now you can go. Into the pen he goes for sheep number 12 there. Out comes Gareth Daniel off the long blows of 11. Jack Robinson on the belly of 11. Adam Berry, I think he's on sheep number 10 there. Hamish Mitchell, check that card. And Ian Jones puts the finishing touches to 10. But it's still that man there on stand number 1 there, George. Flat tack onto the long blows.
Yes.
Is Matt Smith.
And away he goes now. He's about to get the turn. Don't forget it's Ian Jones, Ian Montgomery, Gareth Daniel, Adam Berry, Jack Robinson. But it's Matt Smith it is. He leads the field at the moment on number 12. Down and out the back leg he goes. He'll soon be in for 13. Come on, give him a big cheers. He comes out with his 13 sheep. On looking for some, but not for Matt Smith. It's Monty out the back leg. He goes there. Down in the long blow is Ian Jones. Gareth Daniel down in the long blow. But it's Matt Smith it is, and Ian Jones is really pumping there. Keep those pen numbers right. On 12 for Gareth Daniel. Adam Berry, I'm not sure if the number is right. It seems to be on 10. And 8's Jack Robinson on number 12 as well there. He's sticking to the task well, the local man. Come on, give him a big cheer there. Up the neck he goes. Down into the first shoulder. Adam Berry out the back leg. Out comes Ian Jones there. He's out with 12 on the board. Ian Montgomery with 12. And Gareth Daniel 13. Out comes Adam Berry. But it's already Matt Smith gets the turn on sheep number 13 there, Q.
Yeah, so Matt Smith now then about to go in for the 14th and final sheep. She was glad to see the back of her. She kicked 7 bells out of him. Out he comes with the last sheep to the board, ladies and gentlemen. The flying Cornish Kiwi there on stand number 1. Matt Smith. Round that hind leg he goes. Gareth Daniel is stuck to him like a wart. Round the hind leg comes Gareth Daniel on 13. Monty 13. Jonesy 12. Jack Robinson up the neck on 13. But Gareth Daniel goes in for sheep number 14. He's only half a sheep behind him. Matt Smith, though, has turned for home. He says, just sit there, my dear, and you'll be going down that portal. Matt Smith flicks ahead. He's around the hind leg. 2 more blows. 1 more blow. Out goes Matt Smith on stand number 1, ladies and gentlemen.
Yes, and with Ian Montgomery, Garrett Daniel, Attenbury, Jack Robinson, they're all battling it out there now. In and out comes Jack Robinson there now. On 14 is Garrett Daniel. Out the back leg goes Garrett Daniel. Put your hands together for the Welshman. We have Ian Jones down and out the back leg goes Ian on 13, Ian Montgomery on 14, and Jack Robinson on 14. Attenbury, he comes down the last side of 13 with 1 more in the pen. Out comes Ian Jones with his 14th and final sheep on the board. Attenbury will very soon be in as well. But it's Ian Montgomery now down into the first shoulder, and Jack Robinson. There's a real battle going on. Wood, Ian, and Jack there now. Jack gets a turn first, down to the shoulder, and down the last side he comes. Up the neck goes Ian Jones. It's Attenbury with his final shape on the board, but it's Jack Robinson, the local man, and Ian Montgomery. They have a real battle on. Who's it going to be? It's Jack Robinson, a blow ahead of Ian Montgomery. Put your hands together for him. We have Attenbury now on 13, it says there on the number. If he's 1 more left in the pen, I'm not sure. But it's Ian Jones, the Welshman. Down the last side comes Ian. Down to the flank and out the back leg he goes there. About 3 more blows. He'll push the button and his time will be taken. Put your hands together for Ian Jones. With Attenbury, down the last side comes Adam there now, down to the flank and out the back leg he goes. It looks like to be his final sheep, I think, for Attenbury. Put your hands together for the open finalist. Well done.
Well, what an open final, ladies and gentlemen. As you can see, they were fighting hammer and tongs up there on the boards. They have lost a fair bit of perspiration up there. You could say they were sweating buckets. But now they all shake hands, all smiling at each other as they come down off the boards. So we'll crunch the numbers, we'll put them in the computer, we'll have a bit of a tidy up, and then we have a teams event to finish off the proceedings here at the Royal Ulster Show at the Morris McGahey stand at Balmoral Show 2022. It's been a long time coming after COVID, but what a fantastic 4 days of competition we have seen here on the boards. So don't go too far away. We have 1 event left to go, and then we will have the presentation of awards to finish off the proceedings. Don't go too far away, ladies and gents. And then we will have our last event of the show, and then the awards at the end of it.
push stops here as well. Whenever the bull handler can hand up, push stop. You just score on an ordinary shearing sheet. The board score and the table score are all just down to the whole points column. Oh yeah, well you can put it here too.
On the tables.
And the wool handler's times all developed with a number of sheep and all this. There's no right way to judge it, to score it. That's the handiest way to score it. There's no point in making it complicated. It's only a fun thing. There's no obvious.
We are about to start our last event, ladies and gentlemen, which is the teams event, where we will have shearers and wool handlers working together. They will be up there on the boards. We will be judging the shearing. We will be judging the wool handling. Everything will be judged, and then we will be adding all the points up, and that will be our last competition. And then we will be finishing with the presentation of the prizes at the end. So we're just about to start with the teams event, and then once we got that up and cranking, our points will come together and we will present those prizes at the end. Right, I've been told to try and get the show on the road. So the last event then will be a teams event. There will be 2 shearers and 2 wool handlers working together as a team. They will be judged for the shearing. They will be judged for the wool handling. Then we'll put all the points together and we will find out who will win the teams event. So we have got 3 teams. The first team are called Mixed Grill. Then we have the Celtic Eagles. And then we got the Rusty Nails. Hang on a minute, boys. Boys. Graham, Aaron, I haven't said you can go up on the boards yet. You're taking liberties now. Right. I have just been told that the board scores will be added together. The pen scores will be added together. The time will start when I say go, and it will finish when the wool handler holds their hand in the air at the end to show that they have finished. In between, they go hell for leather. How many sheep have you got up there? Well, count them, you clown. 6 each. Six. Six sheep each. I got you telling me it's 6 each, and he's telling me it's 9. One of you's wrong. 9 sheep each. We're going to need a calendar, not a bloody stopwatch. So each shearer will shear 9 sheep. And the 3 at the end are second shear suffix. And they've got to throw them on the table. Man alive. Well, we can call this a fun competition, ladies and gentlemen. Okay. Could I ask the judges to take their positions, please? Judges to their positions. Well, one of you's got the hearing aid turned on. Could we ask the judges to come to the stage, please? So the judges for the shearing will be Brendan Kelly on 6, Finn Butler on 5, Brian McGahey on 4, Colin Crowe 3, Klaus Skiffer on 2, Tom Dunn on 1, Gerard Kelly will be the spare judge. Judging out the back will be Brian Wilson and Willie Jones. Judging the wool will be John Niver Davis, Seamus Kelly, Richard Schofield, Peter Webber. Judging the wool down the front for neat and compact and any oddments and anything else they want to do will be Andy Rankin and Wallace Boyd. That's what I've got written down in front of me, Wallace. Right, the judges are ready.
Testing.
The team names are up. And it'll be a bit of a surprise who comes up when we call the names. The last event here at the Royal Ulster at Balmoral 2022 is the team event, ladies and gentlemen. So give them a warm welcome as they come up onto the stage. On stands 5, 6, and table 3 is the Rusty Nails.
On stands 3 and 4, it's the Celtic Eagles.
And to stand number 1, Mixed Grill. So the Rusty Nails are Jane Harkness Bones, Rosie Keenan, Aaron McGee, and Graham Davidson. The Celtic Eagles are Isla Shaw, Katie Reid, Callum Shaw, and Dennis O'Neill. O'Sullivan, sorry. You can sack me in 10 minutes. You just remember to throw the fleece the right way up. And the mixed grill are the Murphy girls, Rachel and Ellen, Jack, and I think that's Tom. It is. All I could see was the best side of you. So the three teams, the shearers, have got 9 sheep each. Aaron wants a cup of tea halfway through. A bit. Have we got any pen men? Any pen men that could come and catch the sheep for the shearers? Any pen men? Otherwise, they'll just have to get on with the job. Where's your brothers gone, Graham? Bah. It is getting on that time of day. Right, before the judges confuse themselves, we'll get underway, shall we? Who's the referee? Davey? John Murphy, can we start? Thank you. Okay then. As I said, we will start the time on go, and then we will finish the time for the teams when you hold your hand in the air, wool handler. Shearers, just listen. When the wool handler holds their hand in the air, you have got to press the stop button on the clock. Where's Brendan Kelly? He should be judging on 6. Brendan Kelly should be judging on stand 6. Otherwise, we'll have to ask John Murphy to do it. And he can't see out of one eye and he didn't look with the other. Is Brendan Kelly on the way? No, John Murphy's going. Okay, we're going to make a start, everybody. Are you all happy, boys? No. Technical. This is what they call organized chaos, ladies and gentlemen. It's what happens when you got too many chiefs and not enough Indians. In this case, we got too many Indians, too many chiefs, and not one of them knows what they're doing. Do you want pen men? Well, if you want them, you can have them. Because you won't have time to do it, Isla. Right. So it looks like we're ready to start. Everybody happy? Timekeepers ready? Judges ready? Shearers go! Should both shearers come out together onto the boards? The wool handlers can't go forward till the belly wool comes out. Same as a wool handling competition. When the belly wool comes out, it's held for leather. The wool has got to be handled as it would be in a wool handling competition. The sheep have got to be shorn as if it would be in a shearing competition. And then we'll add all the points together. So the throws are judged, the fleeces are judged, the shearing is judged. So along the line now then, who's going to be the first to show a little bit of magic? Jack Robinson, Tom Perry, shear sheep for sheep, day in, day out. Jack Robinson finishes first. Ellen Murphy, first throw for Mixed Grill, first throw for the Celtic Eagles. Isla didn't let that fleece go. She could reset. Ellen Murphy ready. Rachel Murphy ready for the throw. The Murphy girls are on fire. Up there is Rosie Keenan. Jane said, just roll the bloody thing. Around the table they run then, along the boards. Isla and Katie Reid are working together there on table number 2. Jane Harkness Bones couldn't be waiting for Rosie anymore, so she just threw it over the top of her shoulder. It's all about the teamwork with the shearing and the wool handling, and they're pitching in now. 2 sheep on the board. They've got 9 sheep left. Pen men, you've got to press those the pen numbers. Jack Robinson will go in. At least one of you press him. That's it, ideal. Top man. Just for us to have some sort of idea. So the judges are going round. Isla Shaw throws a fleece. She was happy with that there, George. Yeah. Ellen Murphy threw another good fleece there as well. She's happy. What about Rosie Keenan? A flick up the table from Rosie. She's happy.
Yes, it's going good there. Yes, the Rusty Nails working really hard there on table number 3. The Celtic Eagles right there. But it's the Mixed Grill seems to be working well there on table number 1 as they go with a good combination there with the shears and the wool handlers. They seem to have sussed it out. I think they had a very deep team talk before the start of there. They know exactly what they're doing. The Rusty Nails going well here on table number 3. And it's the Celtic Eagles on table 2 as they battle it out now. It's a real team effort. This is what will go on in the shed all day, every day. The shearers want to shear and shear more sheep to make money. The farmer wants the wool handlers to look after the wool to make money for him to pay the shearers. So it's a real combination job there. And the Celtic Eagles there, they weren't quite sure what road to go for the moment, but they're back working together again as a team. Now the Mixed Grill, a great throw there, and the Rusty Nails, a lovely roll up there for the Rusty Nails on table number 3. Into the fleece basket it goes. The team is working well, and the Mixed Grill down there, another roll up done there on table number 1. It's table number 2 now for the Celtic Eagles. But the roll-up, a lovely roll-up done there for the Rusty Nails. A brilliant throw there on table number 2 for the Celtic Eagles. They are going well. That team working well together. But it's the Mixed Grill. When they were having that Mixed Grill earlier, I think they must have had a great team chat as well. Now they're going to pick up and we'll see another throw there very, very shortly. What will this be like? Yes, another great throw on table number 1 there for the Mixed Grill. The Rusty Nails. Yes, a brilliant throw there with the Rusty Nails. And look there's a marathon on here with the Celtic Eagles. They were running a marathon as well, as long as doing the wool handling and shearing around the table. A good throw there as well, Hugh.
Yeah, so the Celtic Eagles working as a pair. The Rusty Nails are really going for it. The Mixed Grill up there on table number 1. They're really chucking everything into this now then. The Murphy girls are wool handling. Jack Robinson and Tom Perry are shearing. For the Celtic Eagles, we have Callum Shaw, Dennis O'Sullivan, Isla Shaw, and Katie Reid, and they're working well as a team. And then up there on table 3, stands 5 and 6, are the Rusty Nails. In this, the James Delaghy Farm Supplies sponsored teams event. Long blow time for Graham Davidson, Aaron McGee, the shearers, Rosie Keenan, and Jane Harkness Bones are the wool handlers. But now it's the Mixed Grill setting up for a throw. Beautiful little fleece there for Rachel Murphy. Ellen Murphy told her to hurry up because she's going to be throwing her fleece. And if she's in the way, it's going over the top of her like a coat. Ellen Murphy then lining up. Rachel Murphy clean the table. Ellen Murphy flick up a table. Oh, they mean business. The mixed grill. Rusty Nails mean business. But already then, we have got all these shearers, all the wool handlers are working hard, really finding their form now. Round the table run the wool handlers, round the sheep run the shearers. Jane Harkness, Bones, and Rosie Keenan giggling and laughing all the way around that table. The Murphy girls for the mixed grill are all looking a little bit more serious, a little bit more fiery up there. And they're really getting ready to throw the next fleece there, George.
Yes, and another quick throw there with the mixed grill, the Murphy girls. That team is working well together. They're all working well together. The Celtic Eagles, the Rusty Nails, and it's the Celtic Eagles there with another good throw on table number 2. We'll see another throw coming up here now with the Rusty Nails very, very shortly. This fleece is going to be picked up, and we'll see the throw here. What's it going to be like? Yes, another beautiful throw there on table number 3 with the Rusty Nails. It's the mixed grill there. That team is working well. They're on the table. They're on the knee, down looking at the fleece. The shearers are shearing. But remember, the Celtic Eagles are there as well. And another throw coming up. Lovely throw. They're on table number 2 with the Celtic Eagles. The Rusty Nails now is working hard there. They're ready for another throw. We'll see that throw happening now in just a second here from the Rusty Nails. Yes, another beautiful throw there. And the roll-up is on. Down on table number 1, it's the mixed grill. They're working hard, keeping it going. This is what goes on in the sheds all day, every day. The shearers shearing sheep to make money. The wool hunters working hard to make money for the farmer so he can pay the shearers. That's how it works. Proper presentation of the wool. And away they go. If you have a favourite team up there, whether it's the Rusty Nails, the Celtic Eagles, or mixed grill, you can get behind them and give them a big cheer on here. This is a real spectacle. A big fleece and a great show there with the Celtic Eagles on table number 2. And away they go now. The roll-up is there for the mixed grill on table number 1. Table number 3, the Rusty Nails. Yes, they are doing some demonstrations there as well. Now they're going to pick up a fleece very, very shortly again. Which one? The 2 fleeces coming together. How are they going to sort out that one? That's where the teamwork comes into it. They're going to pick up the fleece, leave one, roll one, hold one, whatever. Yes, and a good throw there. It'll be rolled up very quickly. One gone to the floor there. On the second shear now, so it'll be a little bit different. This is when it'll get interesting. Going really well. So it's the mixed grill there. Well, look what they're on now. Just watch what's going to happen in a couple of seconds. Yeah, how's it going there now, Q? What do you think?
Yeah, so the mixed grill have got 1 sheep left in the pen, I think. The main man is telling me 1 left. Jack Robinson now coming down the last side. 1 sheep left in the pen for Jack, so that'll mean 1 left in the pen for Tom. The Murphy girls are telling them to go faster. They're telling them to go cleaner. And when the Murphy girls tell you to do something, you do it, ladies and gentlemen. So around that hind leg comes Jack Robinson there on stand number 1. He'll go in for his 9th and final sheep. Tom Berry coming down the last side of 8. Callum Shaw, we think he's on 9 as well. We think Callum hasn't got a pen man, Dennis hasn't got a pen man, and we can't expect them to press their own button, ladies and gentlemen. But now the judges, they've got these second shear fleeces to handle, and they're not easy, I can tell you, because they're breaking up. The Murphy girls don't look very happy. Ellen Murphy said, "What the hell do I do with that?" She just puts it, she chucked it in the bucket. Jack Robinson now then. The judge said, "What?" Yeah, well, yeah, it was neat and compacted, Wallace, it was neat and compacted. You started messing around with it. So the shearers now then, ladies and gentlemen, on the 9th and final sheep at a mixed grill, Jack Robinson. So the time will finish when the wool handlers hold up their hand after finishing everything. Callum Shaw is finished for the Celtic Eagles. So he's waiting for Dennis to come down the last side. Callum Shaw. Callum Shaw, is Dennis on his last sheep? He is. The Murphy girls are going now then. Rachel Murphy, she tried her best with that second shear. It was just a case of chucking it on the table. She squashes it up. Remember, the aim of the game is nice, neat, and compact. How you do that with that fleece, I don't know. Out go the Murphy girls, press the button.
Yep. No.
So the mixed grill have had their time taken. The Celtic Eagles down on their hands and knees. Remember, Alistair, when they hold their hand in the air, you press the button. Isla Shaw, his sister, cleaning underneath the table. She will tell Callum when, and out goes the Celtic Eagles there. And now then, we're waiting on the rusty nails. Aaron McGee there, using those big shoulders. Getting that handpiece around the sheep. Rosie Keenan sorting wool. Jane Agnes Bones. They'll give Aaron a bit of a hurry up now. Because if those two pick up the broom and start threatening him, he'll have to move, ladies and gentlemen. So Rosie Keenan has mothered Aaron all the way around Norway. Now she's waiting for him again on the last sheep. Aaron has got to the turn. Graham Davidson is his last sheep out onto the board. It is. So the rusty nails then. Down the last side come the rusty nails. Underneath the front leg. Down the hind leg. Then they'll have to finish off the wool handling. Jane is waiting for him. What can she do with that very difficult second shear fleece? So Jane then, she has a go at throwing. She does a beautiful job there. Jane, of course, is the manager for Ulster Wools. So she handles a lot of wool in a year. She sells and makes sure that the farmers get as much as they can for that wool here in Northern Ireland. Nice, neat, and compact for Jane. Rosie's waiting. Press the button there. Out they go. Give them all a big round of applause. If anybody's ever looking for what the definition of an organized chaos is, you've just seen it, ladies and gentlemen. So congratulations to all our teams. Congratulations to all our judges. And now good luck to the scorers. Callum, there's a couple of sheep to shear off, if you wouldn't mind. Oh, you got to catch a plane. Job done. Okay then, ladies and gentlemen, we are now getting very close to the presentation of the awards. So if I could ask all the finalists to be ready to come up onto the stage, please. We will start with the novice wool handling, then we will move on to the open wool handling, then the Six Nations, and then on the team event, and we will finish off the proceedings with the open shearing prize giving. So if novice wool handlers, could you be ready to come up onto the stage, please? Novice wool handlers, if you could be ready to come onto the stage, please. And just to let the open wool handlers know that we are presenting prizes down to 6th position. So 4th, 5th, and 6th could be ready to come up as well for the prize giving. Okay, ladies and gentlemen, so we now come to the last prize giving of the Royal Ulster Shearing Competition. I would like to invite Mr. Gerard Kelly, who will present the prizes for the novice wool handling. Gerard and his team have put in an amazing amount of effort for this, ladies and gentlemen, for the show. So please give him a very warm welcome onto the stage.
Thanks, Stu. I got a lot of warning on this one. I would like to thank everybody involved with the sheep shearing here at the show. I think it's been a fantastic 4 days of shearing, and that was a fantastic couple of finals there. I would like to thank a lot of people, and this is a dangerous thing I'm going to do because you always leave somebody off the list, but there's quite a few people involved in running a sheep shearing competition. So we have the people down at this table here, the timekeeper and the commentators. And then we have the girls that clear the wool away here and the guys that pack the wool over there. We have the people over there in the scoring hut, worked tirelessly there for 4 days. We have all the helpers, we have all the people down the back working with sheep. Nobody ever sees them. They get very little thanks for what they do. And we have the sheep suppliers, we have sponsors. It's a massive operation, and the bulk of all this is done with volunteered labour. Nobody gets paid to do what they're doing here. There's countless meetings throughout the year. We've got a shearing committee. I'd like to thank them as well. And most of all, I'd like to thank everybody for coming along and watching this spectacle. Thank you.
Thank you, Gerard. Okay, in the novice wool handling, there is also a special prize for the best Northern Ireland novice competitor, and that is sponsored by NISA. If I could ask the novice wool handling finalists to come up onto the stage, please. So it's great to see a strong class of novices, and they're all from Northern Ireland in the novice this year, which is great to see. And I know that Jane takes a lot of pride in seeing these youngsters coming through, and it's a credit to Jane and everybody in Northern Ireland for bringing on the novices, making sure that the class is strong. In third position to receive the Royal Ulster Medal and a cash prize, Fiona Butler from Ballycastle. The runner-up will receive a Royal Ulster Medal and £15. Stephen Wilson from Portadown. And the winner of the novice champion, receives the Royal Ulster Medal, cash prize, and the Best Northern Ireland Novice Prize. And this goes to Ellen Murphy. Ellen, your father said you've got to talk. Come on. You've won the competition.
I would like to thank everybody for coming and the sponsors and everybody for taking part. Thanks.
Brilliant. Okay, and now could I invite Mr. John Henning to present the Moorview jug for the open wool handling alongside Jared. So a very warm welcome to you.
Thank you very much for the opportunity to attend this final competition in the sheep shearing for the 2022 show. I would just like to endorse everything that Gerald has said totally, on all the work that's done on behalf of the Society in the sheep shearing section, which is a very important section for the show. And can I apologise for the president, Mrs. Christine Adams, who was caught up with events that were going on in the arena. So thanks and well done to everyone.
Thank you very much. Again, there is a special prize for the best Northern Ireland Open competitor sponsored by NISA. So could I ask the 6 top wool handlers to come up onto the stage? The 3 finalists and the 3 that did not quite make it into that. So the top 6, I think Isla has had to go and catch the plane. In 6th position and receiving a Royal Ulster Medal and a cash prize from Scotland was Isla Shaw. And Isla's unfortunately had to leave us, so we'll make sure that she gets that medal. In 5th position to receive the Royal Ulster Agricultural Society Medal, cash prize from Scotland, Rosie Keenan. In 4th position, the unlucky not to make that final, receiving the Royal Ulster Medal and a cash prize from Scotland, Katie Reid. Okay, we saw a terrific open wool handling final. And in 3rd position to receive the Royal Ulster Agricultural Society Medal, £40, Audrey Aiken from Scotland. Right, the runner-up receives the Royal Ulster Agricultural Society Medal and £60. And I was told to mention this, that it was by a country mile between 1st and 2nd. The runner-up, Jane Harkness Bones. So, your open wool handling champion receives the Moorview jug, the Royal Ulster Agricultural Society medal, £100, and the Best Northern Ireland Open prize. This goes to Rachel Murphy from Antrim. You know what's coming? And she knows what's coming because she's had a very successful week.
I'd just like to thank the shearers for shearing the sheep, the sponsors.
And as I like to say, it was, Jane said it was by a country mile, and when she told me, Jane had the biggest smile on her face that I've seen for a long time. Okay, if you'd like to go for a picture, gentlemen. So now we move on to the Six Nations. The Six Nations Championship. And I would like to invite Mr. James Delaghy from Delaghy Farm Supplies to come up to present the prizes. I've been coming to Northern Ireland for a long time now, and Jimmy's been a massive supporter of Shearing, and it's great to see you once again, and thank you very much for your sponsorship.
Good evening, ladies and gentlemen. It's been an absolute pleasure here to be part of the Shearing again over so many years, and I think anybody who was here would agree that the Six Nations was a very, very good spectacle of Shearing today, so thank you very much for having me. Good luck.
Okay, I will now invite the teams and their managers up onto the stage, please. The teams and their manager up onto the stage. I'll move across to give him a bit of room. Come on up, please, managers, if you could bring your teams up. Managers, could you please bring your teams up onto the boards? I wish I bought a dog now. I could get him up a bit quicker. So we have the English team up on the board. We have the Scottish team up on the board. The French team are coming up onto the board. The Northern Ireland team are coming up. The Welsh team are on their way. Just come across a little bit, Peter. And the Republic of Ireland team. Again, we saw a thrilling final, and it was a pleasure to be commentating in front of an amazing crowd in this new building. And could I ask Mr. Richard Schofield to come up to present? This trophy we will present then will be the British Wool Perpetual Trophy, awarded to the best individual shearer in the competition. And the winner of this trophy, Ivan Scott.
Yeah, it was a good old competition. It ran well. Sheep were good. Strong but good. And yeah, cheers to all the lads. Good bit of fun anyway. Thanks.
Ivan, go back to your team. Just hold on to the cup. The Biscuit Trophy for the best individual pen goes to Jack Robinson. So now we come on to the results of the team competition. In sixth position to receive the Royal Ulster Agricultural Society medal, France, ladies and gentlemen. The team member, Loic Lagoni, Pierre Grancher, and Klaus Kiffer. In fifth position to receive the Royal Ulster medals and a cash prize, England. Stuart Connor, Adam Berry, and Peter Webber. In fourth position to receive the Royal Ulster medals and £100, Wales. The team manager, John Ivor Davis. The shearers are Gareth Daniel and Ian Jones. In third position to receive the Royal Ulster medals and £120, Scotland. Hamish Mitchell, Callum Shaw, and Andy Rankin, the team manager. Now I'm told it's quite close between these two teams. The runners-up will receive the Royal Ulster Agricultural Society medals and £150. The runners-up, Republic of Ireland. The team manager, Tom Dunn, Dennis O'Sullivan, and Ivan Scott. So your Six Nations champions, ladies and gentlemen, receiving the W.J. Constable Perpetual Challenge Trophy, £200, the home team, Northern Ireland. Jared Kelly, Jack Robinson, Tom Perry. Jared, as team manager, you better say a few words.
Yes, it's been a pleasure and a privilege to host the Six Nations. It seems like quite a long time since we've had one before, probably 2019, and then it was 6 years before that again. But anyway, I'd like to thank all these teams for coming along and making a wonderful competition, and congratulations to everybody.
Thank you, Jared. Congratulations once again. A great final. We'll have a picture with everybody. We'll have to use a wide-angle lens, but if everybody could bunch up for the picture. As usual, Jane is organizing. Could everybody else try and get in behind, please? The next prizes that we will be presenting will be the team event, sponsored by Harkness Farms. So if the team members could be ready to come up onto the stage, please, as they have their photograph taken. Brilliant. Thank you, gentlemen. So the next prize, as I said, it will be the team event. So if we could have the teams up onto the stage, please. And to represent Harkness Farms, Sir John Hanning again, to present the medals and the cash prize. So again, a very warm welcome to John Hanning, and thank you to Harkness Farms for sponsoring the team event. So we have the three teams, of course, that we saw shearing were the Celtic Eagles, the Rusty Nails, and Mick's Grill. So if we could have the three teams from that team competition up onto the boards, please. The Celtic Eagles, the Rusty Nails, and Mick's Grill. So this took a fair bit of sorting out with the points because of all that judging that we had to do. In third position and receiving a medal and a cash prize, third position were Mick's Grill. The runners-up, ladies and gentlemen, the Celtic Eagles. And the winners of the team event 2022, the Rusty Nails. Don't ask me if I'm sure, she did the points. Right, Rosie is team captain, so she's going to say a few words.
Firstly, thank you very much to the show for running this great wee fun competition. It's always good to take part in this. For the, what do you call the people that pay the money? Sponsors. For the sponsors, and to Russell Smith as well. Big shout out to him. Thank you very much.
Thank you, Rosie. So we'll have a picture taken with our teams now. And we now move on to the Open. So could I invite Mr. Willie O'Neill to the stage? The Open was sponsored by Ulster Wool Growers, and we'd like to thank them very much. And I'm sure that Willie would like to say a few words.
Thank you very much for the invitation to come here and present this trophy. It's been an excellent competition, excellent facilities here. I haven't been to too many, haven't visited too many, but certainly the level of competition on the sheep were a sight to behold. Wool growers have been associated with this competition for a good number of years now, and have given sponsorship for it, and we hope to continue for many more to come. Thank you very much.
Thank you very much. If you'd like to go this side, Jane will be back. There is also a quality prize of £100 sponsored by Moira Cross Country and Schooling Gallops for the best pen of shorn sheep in the final. As well as that, we will be presenting the Perpetual Rose Bowl. It is missing as Jack forgot to bring it, but it will be presented by Robert Harkness and Jane Harkness Bones for the top Northern Ireland shearer in the Open in memory of Rosemary Harkness. Again, we'd like to thank Lister Shearing and Hevin Rowlands, who unfortunately couldn't be with us today. He is at a wedding, a family wedding, but apparently he's watching it on his phone in amongst the speeches. So thank you very much to Lister and to all our sponsors, because without them the show simply wouldn't happen. And again, John Henning will present the Gartree Trophy. Okay then, could I ask the 6 finalists to please come up on the stage? And looking at the points, between 1st and 6th, there are only 6 points separating the whole lot, which in an open competition, ladies and gentlemen, is almost unheard of. In 6th position to receive the Royal Ulster Agricultural Society medal and £50, Adam Berry. In 5th position to receive the Royal Ulster medal and £100, Ian Montgomery. Now, between 5th and 4th, there is 0.02 of a point. In 4th position, receiving the Royal Ulster medal and £150 from Wales, Ian Jones. In 3rd position to receive the Royal Ulster medal and £200. The points between 3rd and 2nd, there is 0.5 of a point. 3rd position, Jack Robinson. And Jack will also receive the quality prize and the Rose Bowl, which he forgot to bring so he can present it to himself. The runner-up, ladies and gentlemen, again, between these two, there is 0.8 of a point. The runner-up will receive the Royal Ulster medal and £250. This goes to Gareth Daniel. So our Open champion, ladies and gentlemen, receives the Gartree Trophy, a Royal Ulster medal and £500, and this and the quality prize for the best pen in the final, I think, Matt Smith.
Well, I can honestly tell you I wasn't expecting that, considering I was stuck in a traffic jam for 4 hours on the way to the airport yesterday. So I'd like to thank everybody that put a lot of effort into this. The sheep were great, the sport was wonderful, the sponsors, and yeah, thank you very much to everybody. Have a good night.
Well done to our Open champion. And as we finish and take the pictures, all that's left for me to do is to thank Gerard and his wonderful team here at the Royal Ulster, and to everybody at the Royal Ulster for putting on a terrific show. This is now a terrific facility, and I'm sure that it's going to go from strength to strength. We will see more and more shearers traveling. Thank you all for the support from the crowd. The noise today was incredible. We'll see you all at the next show on the circuit. Thank you very much. A safe journey home, and we'll see you next year. Thank you very much.